We're here at the Ford Range in New Zealand Rural Games, and of course STIHL TimberSports. The TimberSports activity over the next couple of days is going to be magnificent. I'm Hamish Mackay, and with me, commentator extraordinaire Philip Roper. Phil, what have we got in store over the next couple of days?
Well, I tell you what, we've got a great field. We've got women's, we've got rookies, and of course we've got the pro. And I think we're going to see some great, exciting competition for everyone that's watching, but particularly for the crowd here, and also to really get across how important this type of rural sport is for New Zealand.
And this is the creme de la creme of competitors we're going to see?
Absolutely. This is the best we can put on the stage in New Zealand. They come here, we can't take everyone that would want to be in. They have to have form to get here. And of course, a lot of that form we can even measure from prior years and also in club competitions leading in. But yes, this is the creme de la creme.
Fantastic. Okay, the form book. Who should we be keeping an eye out for?
Okay, well, the first ones we're going to see is going to be the women's competition, and obviously Anne Patterson sitting on 2 national championships. She's going for the three-peat, there's no doubt about that. We've got some competitors in there, such as STIHL Apaloo. They've won this competition before, so we're expecting a pretty tight fight. When we get to the rookies, it's going to be interesting. Cleveland Cherry has had to step up after being our champion, which opens the field for the likes of Sam Bellamy and Matthew Gower, who have been waiting in the wings. But I tell you what, there's some other young fellas in there that are showing good form. And of course, we've got to watch Morgan Bolstad, who's really been up there in the last few years.
Oh, there's a name to look out for, Bolstad. Okay, the dulcet tones of Philip Roper. Looking forward to his commentary here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games with STIHL TimberSports.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you find yourself a good spot on the fence or a good spot in the stands, because still TimberSports here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games is going to be underway very soon. So you want to make sure that you find yourself a spot. So stand by.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, still TimberSports 2025 Championship. Your commentator, the dulcet tones, the man who knows this sport inside out, Mr. Philip Ropiha.
Everyone, Hamish Mackay, Manawatu's own television news anchor and sports anchor, best in the business, and of course he's a local, which makes it really good. Welcome along to Still TimberSports here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. What have we got for you? This is the 2025 National Championship, and the importance of this event shouldn't be lost on anyone, particularly Australians. And I know there's a few here somewhere, and I'm looking at them. New Zealand, arguably the strongest still TimberSports nation on earth. The big one, 11 still TimberSports World Championship individual titles. No one else comes near. Let's add a few more things. 4 still TimberSports World Champion team titles. And then we can go even further. 4 still TimberSports World Trophy victories. And 4 rookies championship to our name. But we need to get some silverware back, don't we? At the moment, we hold one of those trophies. The Americans hold 2, and the Australians hold 2. So we need to get a little bit of silverware back in our cabinet. So could the athletes you're going to see over the next 2 days be the ones that actually bring that silverware back home to New Zealand? Today, we've got the best in the land competing for you over 2 days. Women's competition, rookies and the pros tomorrow. They are the guns in the world's original extreme sport. So where does the sport come from? Let's look at over 150 years of heritage in this sport. The lumber needed for the farms, the towns, the cities and nations of Europe, North America, Australia and New Zealand. That timber was felled by axes and saws. And those are the tools that we compete with. And of course in 1926, Andreas Stihl invented the first powered chainsaw, so we bring a little bit of that flavour to this event as well. And as long as there have been these tools, someone has always wanted to be the fastest and the best. And now we call that Still TimberSports. Let's meet our officials and some of our competitors for the 2 days. Please welcome to the stage Adam Lowe. So Adam Lowe is our chief judge. He is from Nelson. And also Matt Hura from Auckland. So these are our 2 officials. Right, let's have a look. Our first competition up for the 2 days is going to be the women's competition. Let's meet a few of them. So I'd like to welcome to the stage, please, Darcel Apalu. Darcel is from Mount Maunganui, Tauranga area. She is a lecturer, senior lecturer at Toiwohomai, and has a little bit of credence in this event too. 2019, still New Zealand TimberSports champion, and round about 20 years in the sport too, I believe. So I won't call you a veteran because you look way too young for that. Mickey Lord from Otorohanga. So Mickey's looking after job number 1 at home at the moment. She's a mum, and what's even interesting is, of course, there's more than just one Lord completing. In the pro competition, of course, we'll see Chris as well. And I've just lost my sound. Let's bring on Cherie Taylor. Cherie is from Te Aroha, a farmer. So many awards, I wouldn't have enough time in 2 days to actually run through them. Our most experienced competitor at 41 years in the sport, and an inspiration to many who ply this competition. Nat Patterson. Nat Patterson is from Wyndham. She works for PGG Rights, and this is Rural Games, so that's right in the heart of it, isn't it? Works in customer services and in the store, and has been a regular at the National Still TimberSports Championships for a number of years now. Anne Patterson. Okay, already a little bit of royalty walking on the stage, even though she is domiciled in Australia, but we won't hold that against her. She's a Queenslander, but obviously originally comes from New Zealand, from Greymouth in fact. But the big thing is, two-time and current New Zealand champion. Is this going to be the three-peat? That's what we're looking for today, but there's a few others that are going to have something to say about that, and one of them will be Raywyn Windley. Raywyn is from Christchurch, a teacher, heading for 25 years competing in the sport. And not only that, it's a familial thing. The son Lockie is competing in the rookies this afternoon. Karen Corbin, another southerner from Riverton, also a teacher. There must be something in the water, I think, and a regular in this National STIHL TimberSports Championship. Alma Wallace. Alma is from Otaki, and as you can hear, is probably the local favourite here. A lot of noise last year. Silver in this competition in 2019, 19 years in the sport. So there's really, if you add up all these numbers, I'm saying there's a lot of experience here on the stage. Louise Nolder, completing the South Islanders from Greymouth, a personal trainer, and the second time up in the STIHL TimberSports Championships in New Zealand. There we have them, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a hand. They're going to be on stage for the next wee while. Okay, we'll get ready for the next event. We'll clear the stage and we'll get the wood ready. I can hear the sound of TimberSports in the back with a STIHL MS661 just warming up for the stock saw competition. So stand by. Lots more coming your way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip Robiha, our commentator for the STIHL TimberSports New Zealand Championships 2025.
Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut two wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark. One downward and one upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks.
So here come the saws, ladies and gentlemen. The first event up is going to be the stock saw competition. Those saws right there are STIHL MS661s. These are the pride of the forest. They really have been the most used saw in felling in New Zealand forestry for a long time, certainly its predecessors as well. Although there is a younger usurper called an MS500i, a fuel-injected saw that's been taking some of that glory over the last wee while. Those are the saws that we're going to be using in the first event. You heard them warming up before, so we're getting very close to getting our first two athletes in the draw up on stage. Now, you might think this is a race saw, but you can go and buy one of these from your friendly STIHL shop. They're an absolute steal at $2,915 recommended retail. And of course all of the other materials you need to do in a day's chainsawing, particularly the safety stuff. And also too, while you're here, if you're looking for some TimberSports merchandise, we have it here on site for the first time. Just this tent here over on the left. If you just walk around the back and all the goodies are on display in there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, competitor judges, and everyone else who's looking on with interest, let's get our first competitor, and it's going to be, because we have an odd number in the women's competition, Mickey Lord is going to be first up to complete her stock saw.
Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark. 1 downward and 1 upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks.
Athlete ready. Hold down, stand down. Stand down.
So, we've just worked out we need a bit more amperage in that microphone, so just stand by, everyone.
Athletes ready? Athletes ready? Athletes ready. Can you hear that or not? Can you hear athletes ready or not?
Just stand by. Part of it, the screen, is actually the starting mechanism for the timer as well. So we're just going to make sure that our good friends from Monster Vision get that screen going like we need it going. So just stand by. It's always working absolutely perfectly for the 3 hours before you hit the go button, isn't it? I can see Mickey Lord standing here in the background looking for that opportunity to get back up, get hold of that STIHL MS661 and get those discs cut from it. A little bit of an addition to the women's competition this year. We've been talking about it for 2 years, but this will be the first time that we see a standing chop we added to the women's disciplines this year. So that's coming your way soon, as well, of course, those traditions like the underhand and the single saw. So all coming your way as soon as we get our starting screen ready. In the meantime, might be a good time to pop down to that STIHL merchandise tent, get the STIHL TimberSports goodies that are in there. They tell me they are exceptionally well priced, and there's some great service in there. I can see someone in there already going through some of the t-shirts and clothing. And I must admit, my favourite are some of those beer glasses. Look very, very good on the bar. They do. And of course, the events that are coming up over these 2 days. Women's event about to head your way now with a little bit of technical help to get it all running. And then, of course, this afternoon we have the rookies. Now, to be a rookie, you've got to be under 25. And of course, that has meant that the former champion, more than once champion for the New Zealand, and he was on the podium overseas as well, Cleveland Cherry, will have to step up and get into the big time in the pros tomorrow, which means it's opening up that field a little bit for the likes of Sam Bellamy and Matt Gower, who have been sitting on that podium as well and be looking for their opportunity to take that national championship in the rookies this afternoon. And of course, in this women's competition, pretty good field, looks quite similar to what we saw last year. So they know what they want to do to try and achieve that next extra spot. But of course, Ann Patterson from Queensland, originally from Greymouth, looking for that 3-time win to stand on top of that podium. And also we have some extra support in the prizes. Our good friends from Tuatahi Racing Saws and Axes over in Masterton provided us 3 custom-built saws for the winners of the 3 competitions over the 2 days.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That was promising. All right, I'd like to ask back to the stage Mickey Lord to come and complete your stock saw cut.
Warm up your saw. Athlete, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's a nice pick-up and transition there from Mickey Lord, places the first cut through. Now those cookies have to be complete. Second coming up, leaving not a lot of room for that final cut, I can tell you. As I look down the line, this is going to be tight, but we're in there. 2 cookies, judges will have a look at those, make sure they're complete and to standard, make sure none of the lines have been breached. So if you look at that log, they've got a limited area they can cut into. They can't just cut any width, any old how. It has to be within the rules.
Okay, the cut is good.
Well, that's what we want to hear, that the cut is good. It's what every athlete wants to hear once they've done their first run through. And now we're getting up to heat number 2. We'll just make sure the stands are all reset. Clean up a little bit of the sawdust so there's nothing slippery underfoot. And then we'll welcome on our 2 contestants, which will be a match-up here in the women's stock saw competition. Aren't those air brooms quiet? That's what battery power from STIHL means, and those 2 there, I think we'll call those STIHL BGA 86 air brooms. We're our most powerful, but for those of you that really want the most power, there's a thing called a BGA 250 down at your friendly STIHL shop. And I tell you what, if you want the power, it is our most powerful handheld blower now, even more powerful than the petrol options. So we'll just mark those blocks. Crayon line goes right around. Okay, that means we're ready to welcome our next 2 competitors up to the stand. If we could ask Louise Nolder and Cherie Taylor to come to their stands, please. So a 12.58, 12 seconds, .58 recorded for Mickey Lord on the first run. Now it gets a little bit more interesting because we have into the even numbers and a match-up on each one. So there's also, even if it's not the fastest time, which is what we're looking for, of course, there's also bragging rights on the match-ups on every
Warm up your saw.
situation.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, the cricket pick up there coming from Louise Nolder, Cherie Taylor, the veteran, also first through the first disco. Lovely cut there. Oh, that was very good, Cherie Taylor. Probably a little bit slower on the pickup, but really catching up and showing the dexterity of using that STIHL MS661 chainsaw. All 91 and a bit cc of it is. Judges having a close look at the cookies, it's what we call those discs. Check the crayon lines, make sure nothing has been breached. Right, yellow handkerchief out on the board. We may see this as the competition goes on. That means there's a question coming through from the judge. Could be about the starting, if they broke the start, broke the line. So having a quick look at the step-by-step video just to make sure everything was done correctly or not, as the case may be.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Well, that's good news. They had a second look at it, but that's what we want to hear. Right, we'll clear away some sawdust, those big chips coming through from that very, very sharp STIHL chain. And of course STIHL chain's sharp because look who it comes from, but it comes from STIHL's own factories. No one makes chain for STIHL. This is made in Switzerland, where they have 2 factories. And of course that chain made to absolutely the highest standard. Right, keep an eye on the times on the board. That'll tell you where the competitors are up to. So the first one recorded today was Mickey with that 12.58, but Sheree Taylor has put in a 12.25. Let's welcome our next 2 competitors up to the stage. Karen Corbin and Darcel Apaloo. So it's Darcel on your left-hand side of the stage if you're looking from the grandstand, Karen on the right. So what they're doing is they're picking up the crayon. They're marking where they expect to make their 2 cuts. Of course, that's always good in the planning stage, but it needs to happen during the race as well, of course. And a 12.25 to beat.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, it's a very even pickup coming through to the bottom, and everyone throws Darcel Apaloo with a little bit of an advantage. Lovely balance on the uppercut, absolutely making an easy job of it, but Karen Corbin not too far behind. A good exhibition. And have a close look. We'll just look at that first cookie. Just make sure that the other piece has been cut through. So even if that cookie breaks, our experienced judges can look at it to make sure that the fibre of the wood has been cut with the chainsaw, that it hasn't broken off simply because the cookie was too thin. It's interesting in the stock saw, and I quote one of the most experienced competitors, Kyle Lemon, in the competition, that it's an extremely difficult event to win, but it's an extraordinarily easy event to lose because there's so much that can go wrong in such a short span of time. So going to the eagle eye on the pad just to see if they can see what went on. Always good to be testing the judges this early in the day, of course.
Okay, on stand 1, the cut is good. Unfortunately, on stand 2, it's a DQ for a cutout on the cookie.
And so there you have it. That's what can go wrong. As I said, very, very easy event to lose. It can matter on 2 very small bits of wood fibre in some cases. Seems easy, just start the saw, get it up there, make 2 cuts, but you're under a lot of pressure and you are limited as to how far you can cut. Okay, let's square up the blocks. Now, just having a look at these great guys that have volunteered to keep the stage clear over the next couple of days. And I can let you know who they are. We've got Shane Campbell. He was the guy that was squaring up the face with the chainsaw. Just picked up that BG86 blower. Norm Cherry, Johnny Clark, Ben McLennan, John Gower, and Bruce Liddington. Everyone give them a hand because they've got a lot of work to do over the 2 days. So it's the veteran Cherie Taylor's 12.25. Still the time to beat as we went through that last heat. We'll have a look and see whether our last 2 heats can actually improve on that. 12.25, not a bad time actually, and I thought Cherie cut very, very well. Unfortunately, a DQ for Darcel, and a former winner of this competition too, so not the best way to start the account for the competition, but I'm sure there'll be opportunity to do a little bit of catch-up in the other events and disciplines that follow on. Right now we are with the stock sawyers, those still MS 661s. Wonderful saw. Could be yours, just a smidge under 3,000, but I tell you what, you'll never regret the purchase. By gosh, they go well. Okay, time for another 2 competitors to grace the stage. Please welcome Elmer Wallace and Raywin Windley. So Alma will be on the right-hand side as you look from the grandstand. Raywin on the left. So step up, grab the crayon, mark the blocks.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And it looks absolutely neck and neck off the pickup, but it's going to be Raywin Windley first through. Alma Wallace, nice balance, but it's not going to be enough by the look of it. And it's going to give Raywin Windley the advantage there in that heat in the stock saw competition. Great support. Must be a few people from Ortucky up in that stand. Is there? Put your hands up so we can see you. Look at that. Or a little bit of investigation going on this one as well. Wasn't sure I saw the handkerchief go out onto the stage, which is usually the alert.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Well, we'll check those times. It was at 12:25 of Cherie Taylor's to beat. We'll see how Raywin Windley, who was first through that heat, clocks up the time. Great to see that. I suppose we don't have any Palmerstonians in this event, or I don't think we've got anyone from Manawatu, so I guess Otaki becomes the local favourite. Would that be right? Of course, we do have a local favourite with us in our favourite Manawatu born and bred TV sports anchor with Hamish Mackay, who you saw just a while ago. He'll be doing our interviews, because if you really like this is being live streamed, and of course we'll be putting together the full lengthy highlights package, an extended package for Sky Sport, and that's where Hamish will come in, because he is the main man for doing all our interviews and getting up close and personal with these wonderful athletes that we have in this event. So we'll just wait on those times, clear the bench or the deck. Okay, it was a good cut, all right. I can see there that we've got a new leader there with Raywin Windley taking in with 11.17, but I'll tell you what, it was worth the cheer for Alma Wallace with the 12.02, puts her into the second position there in the stock saw, pushing Cherie Taylor down to third. So we have a change in the order with one heat to go. Are we going to see that come down just a little bit further, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because I think there's a great opportunity for these last two. No pressure mind, because they just saw what turned out to be a very good heat before them. All right, let's welcome on our final heat, Ann Patterson and Nat Patterson. So Nat's on the stand on the left-hand side as you look from the grandstand, Ann on the right.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we've got an early start, so that's not going to be helpful, so it's going to be up to Ann Patterson to record this time. See if she can absolutely carry on what she started last year. So looks like Nat's come through a little bit quicker, but we're going to have a look at the time here for Ann, because looking at the results over the last 2 years, being our national champion, this is what's going to match Adam Lowe has a good look at the crane, make sure it hasn't been breached because it looks like it's pretty close from where I'm standing.
Okay, unfortunately on stand 2 we have a disqualification for a jump at the start. On stand 1 the cut is good.
So there you have it as you saw it. We'll wait for that time to come through. That is our final heat there in the stock saw competition. So we'll probably head on to something that's just a slightly quieter than that in the next one coming up.
We have a chat about it. See you, Nat? Nat's going to come and see you, Anne. I'll give this back to Hamish now. Or
So just waiting for that time from Ann Patterson. Is this the time to beat so far? From Christchurch, Raywin Windley with that 11.17. He's holding sway out through that heat. Okay, so the results just coming through. Don't know whether you can see them on the big screen yet, but what I can tell you is Ann Patterson has put in 11.93, but not enough to take out Raywin Windley with a great opening credit to her account with 11.17. So the first three through, Raywin Windley, Ann Patterson and Alma Wallace. They can carry on that form all the way through. They will be the ones standing on the podium, but we've got a lot of water under the bridge to go yet as we get prepared now for the women's standing chop.
The Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, still TimberSports 2025 Championship. The first event there, the stock saw, and of course, Raywin Windley, 11.17. Congratulations. Raywin, talk us through that 11-second performance.
I just wanted to make sure that I got it nice and clean. I was going as fast as I could. Processes are the biggest thing, and so just following all the processes I've been training at home.
Is this part of your makeup, being nice and calm? Because like any event that we're involved in, the nerves must come into it.
Yeah, they do. You've got the butterflies, but you've just got to use them to your advantage and have that nervous excitement to kind of give you that little bit of an extra edge.
And you would have been watching Anne closely, and a couple of yellow handkerchiefs going in there as well.
Oh, so gutted for the girls because, they've done the work, and to come out there and, it's a 11, 12-second event and just for those little things to come in and that kind of gives you that DQ, it's so gutting. And like, you were saying, or Phil was saying about how it is the easiest event to win, but it's the easiest one to lose.
Now, I know you're a Cantab, but what about this, the Manawatu today? Palmerston North has just been renamed Paradise North. I mean, this is sensational, isn't it?
Oh, this is amazing, and we always love coming up here. You guys put on a great crowd, and the weather usually turns on for us. So, thank you very much for having us yet again.
Raven Winley, winner of the stock store here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games with STIHL TimberSports. But she didn't get to mention it. Didn't take the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, now's the time to change the tempo a little bit. We've had the noise of those STIHL MS 661s. Now we're going to go to one of the traditional axe events. Well, traditional we can say, because for the women's competition, this is absolutely new 100% for 2025. This is the standing chop. Let's please welcome to the stage Karen Corbin.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result.
Athlete, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So this is a big thing, bringing this into the competition and the standing for many that are particularly used to wood chopping events, be it A&P show or carnivals or even at STIHL TimberSports. They all love this one. A lot of the athletes love it too, because you've got the freedom to put your feet wherever you want and swing as hard as you like. Now you might be able to see it, it's quite faint, but they'll mark those blocks up with crayon, and what they're looking for when they get their block, and the block they don't get to choose. The block is actually drawn. They have to make do with what they get, and they'll put those scarves in, as we can see Karen cutting away on that first scarf now. She's tried to position that first one where the best cutting wood will be. So she's opening up that first scarf, has to be cut from both sides, as you saw from that introductory video. Comes in, swings, and some of the drivers putting in too. So she's just putting in those final cuts in, comes with an upper just now, ready to make the turn. So the work's been done on the front side. So here comes the Riverton Express to see how she goes on the second side. First scarf actually looked quite good. The idea is to have them coming in on the same plane, so there's no steps in the scarf. A little bit of a stick there, that's always going to hold you up, break your momentum. Again, running one athlete on their own because we have the odd number of 9 in the draw. So Karen coming into the centre, going to come over the far side in the next hit. That started to create a little bit of movement. There we have it. Karen Corbin, everyone. First standing chop for the women's up here on the big stage in the square Palmerston North at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. And of course, you are watching Still Timber Sports.
Come in, Karen. Okay, great cut by Karen Corbin. However, Karen timed out. There is a 90-second time limit for the discipline, so unfortunately it's a disqualification.
So unfortunate first time up, but a great valiant effort it was. First time up with the standing. As I say, it's a new experience for some of them. They may have cut a little bit at club competitions, but really getting up here on the big stage in the square at Still Timber Sports probably puts just that little bit of added pressure on it. Okay, so a couple of new blocks to come out. We'll clean up the deck. The crew coming out to do what they're going to be doing, such a sterling effort over these 2 days of competition. So certainly looking at Karen's technique, didn't look to be anything wrong with that, but as I say, that 90 seconds is a tough master, you could say.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result.
So the diameter of these blocks is 25 centimeters. So they are the smallest blocks of any of the grades. They're set up to 27 in the rookies. Up to closer to 30 there for the pro tomorrow. But one of those wonderful traditional events in the sport. We mentioned the heritage of it. We say 150 years, could be actually longer, because I think man's been using tools like this for probably a heck of a lot longer, and you can probably imagine even 500 years ago someone would want to go and win the beer at the pub as to who was fastest on the chop. And as you saw in the video, what we're emulating, if you like, is a tree standing in the forest, needing to be cut down before Andreas Stihl invented the chainsaw, which made it a heck of a lot easier. But they would have cut it down with an axe just as you see it now, and the technique's very similar to a chainsaw. You've got a front scarf and you've got the felling cut at the back. That's pretty much what would be replicated here. So it looks like we're ready now for the second heat. Please welcome to the stage Rayward Windley and Cherie Taylor.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go. Standing chop, second heat. Raywin Windley, Cherie Taylor. And those first blows in on that first scarf. Keeping it nice and deliberate, keeping it on target. So the idea is to keep following through on the hit you've made. And you'll see they'll already thought out how they're going to approach this block, where they go near side first, far side, cut into the centres as they work their way into the first set of drivers as they complete the first side before the turn. A good resonance coming out of that block from Raywin Windley. She comes with the upper side now, cleaning out towards the V. The veteran, Cherie Taylor, just working away near side into the centre. First on the turn, Raywin Windley. So I'm sure Cherie can hear that, know that the other competitor has turned. However, you'll notice in this event, no matter which grade you're looking at, you may be the first to turn, but if you haven't done the work on that first side, it's going to make life very difficult coming through on the second side after the turn. So at the moment, Raywin Windley putting it in. Can't quite see. You've got the best view over there on the stand, so let's hear some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get these guys really rocking. Let's not see that 90-second breached. Starting to get hard now, all of that effort put in. Well, I can see a little bit of movement over here. Raywin Windley gets a stick just at the wrong time. Puts in another one in close, but it looks like we might have just taken care of that 90-second mark. Unfortunate. She's a tough old gig first time up.
Okay, unfortunately, both athletes have timed out, and it is a disqualification.
Yeah, unfortunate it is, but unfortunately the hands of time are a little bit cruel as we see into the first time up with the standing, but a few athletes to come through yet to see whether we can get some times on the board, get a nice clean cut through. But first up, we'll make sure we clear away the debris from the last heat. And then we'll be rocking. Okay, getting ready now for the heat in the women's standing chop. Let's welcome to the stage Nat Patterson and STIHL Upperloo.
Just not on the lines.
So STIHL will be on the stand to your left as you look from the grandstand. Nat will be on the right.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So away we go now. In the heat here for the standing chop. Okay, we're seeing a little bit of wood shifting now. STIHL Upperloo looking very good. Nat Patterson from righties, working away on that first scarf. Of course, STIHL will be looking to make up ground after a DQ in the stock saw. This one's going to count. And as we've seen with a few DQs on the board, this is going to be very important. Both now making the turn. So we're going to say Nat Patterson quickest on the turn back into the wood on the felling side. Now let's hear a bit of noise, ladies and gentlemen. Get in time with the hits. Get in time with the hits. Pick your winner. Can't pick it from this side. You're the guys that can pick it. There it is, we're almost there. STIHL Upperloo, and it's down. Well done. Here comes Nat. She's going to make sure she gets that one and knocks it over. Great stuff. See how much better it works when you put in a bit of noise and support. Just remember, this isn't golf that you're watching. You can make as much of a racket as you like.
Okay, we have a good cut on stand 2. Unfortunately, on stand 1, the athlete is out of time.
Oh, what a shame. But I tell you what, we've got a score on the board, and as I said, I'm sure STIHL would be wanting to make sure that she did score there after the start with the stock saw. So that's going to even up the playing field just a little bit as we clear everything up and get ready for the next heat here in the women's standing competition. Still TimberSports at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. Let's welcome on our next two contestants in heat number 4. Let's welcome Alma Wallace and Mickey Lord. Right, we had a time recorded. I tell you what, it only just slipped through the 90-second mark with an 87.10 for STIHL Upperloo. So, ladies, there is your challenge right in front of you now.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go in the next heat. Lovely on target there from Alma Wallace. All 3 hits to start with, exactly where she wanted them put. Mickey Lord just putting the cuts in, comes in a bit low on number 2, puts a bit of a step in. Now we know that 90-second is going to be one of the biggest challenges in this competition, but we saw STIHL Upperloo sneak in underneath it. What can these two do? So Alma Wallace from Otaki doing well on the first side. I can see what you can't up there, and it's starting to look pretty good as she comes into the centre. Not quite ready for drivers yet, but they can't be far away. But she's on the turn, Alma Wallace, first to do so. Mickey Lord now looking down on the other side on the approach. Nice pace there by Alma Wallace too. She's keeping it up because, as you can imagine, on side number 2, it's going to get a little bit difficult after the turn. Oh, I can start to see a little bit of movement here for Alma Wallace if she can put it in. You need to keep it going. And I tell you what, is that the local advantage or a lot? Okay, so Mickey Lord got a challenge in front of her now. Needs to make sure she gets through that block. Come on, that's not enough noise. Let's hear it. I know you Otaki people have finished, but come on. Oh, it's a test of the aerobic strength of the athletes, this one. But unfortunately, it's the whistle of doom. But I'm going to be really interested to see what Alma Wallace's time looks like. Pretty sure she will too. As I say, so far setting the pace, STIHL Upperloo with an 87.10. We'll see the judges, see what they've got to say first.
Okay, we have a good cut on stand 1. Unfortunately, on stand 2, the athlete has timed out.
So there you have it, a 1 and 1. So we're going to be very interested to have a look at that time once it pops up there for Alma. But I tell you what, first time up in the big stage with the standing chop in the women's competition. If nothing else, it's a great experience. And of course, cutting with those axes, we have a bit of support here from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws. Those artisans over in Masterton who make the best racing axes and saws in the world. So the Aussies got a little bit of the job going over there, but some of them are still under the supervision of Tuatahi for the finishing on the saws. But they have been so kind as to allow us one custom-made axe, or as someone referred to it as a 3.2 kilo razor blade, for the top of the podium for 2025. So our thanks to Tuatahi for doing that. Great to have them on board. Now don't forget also that the merchandise tent is open for STIHL TimberSports. If you're looking at me and looking towards the stage, it's over there on your right in the white tent. Just walk around the corner in it and you'll find all of those wonderful STIHL TimberSports and STIHL goodies. extraordinarily reasonable prices that you can take home and covet or wear. But make sure you get in there before the stock runs out. I know it seems early, but by the time you get around to it, they might all be gone. Okay, so if we look at the old scoreboard, we have a new leader with Elma Wallace from Otaki with a 73.8. You see those guys walking around with those air brooms, and you thought STIHL only did chainsaws. Well, I can tell you now, from lawn mowers, petrol and battery, to all sorts of things available at your friendly STIHL shop. Let's welcome on our next heat, and we have Louise Nolder and Ann Patterson. So Louise will be on your right on that stand, and on your left if you're looking from the grandstand. Final heat, last chance to put that time up on the board quicker than Elma Wallace.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, good timing too, getting that start right for the first blow. And Patterson going a little bit high there, but we've got some good tight cuts here from Louise. As they open up the first scarf. They know that time has been the big enemy of most of the competitors in this discipline, but we know it can be done. I tell you what, Louise Nolder, looking at their first scarf, very, very tidy work being done as well. Oh, a little bit of a miss hit there. She'll be annoyed about that because she's been hitting so well and on the plane. Both making the turn at the same time. Don't know whether they're watching each other to take that cue, but both have done a fair bit of work out of the first scarf. I can look over there at Ann Patterson, looking quite close in at the V. That's gone a well way through the diameter. Okay, so now coming the big hits. They know they want to make sure they score a time. Seeing a little bit of room after a stick there for Louise. Oh, I can see it now. Here it comes. It's not far away. Oh, and it's going to take another blow, but it's going to do the job, but only just. Only just. Oh, what a good matchup that was. Right, comes down to the judges and the time. Let's see who's going to take the points.
Okay, both cuts are good.
It's what we wanted to hear, isn't it? Now it just comes down to time. And as I say, we've got that 73.8. Recorded by the Kapiti Flyer not long ago. Okay, let's have a look at some of those results from the last heat. And moving into the top spot, Ann Patterson with a 69.4. And we knew it was close in there, so it was obviously going to be number 2 with Louise. She's come through at a 69.9. So if there were a podium for the standing block chop on its own, first would be Ann Patterson, second Louise Nalder, and third Alma Wallace. So 4 managed to put the time on the boards. I'll score some points, which will go towards the totals. So next up we have the single buck saw. See if we can get that put up so you know what it's all about.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Very shortly we're going to be hearing from our winner of the standing chop there, Ann Patterson. Of course, a Kiwi, domiciled in Australia.
Okay, so if you have a look up on the board, you can see the overall standings after we have done our first 2 disciplines, and it's standing at the top of the podium if we were to stop right now with overall points of 17. It is Ann Patterson, and I know it sends Australia up there, but she is a New Zealand competitor, being originally from Greymouth. And second on the board, as you can see it up there, Alma Wallace with 14. And bringing up that imaginary podium of overall standings, Louise Nalder from Greymouth coming in the 3rd position. Raywin Windley just a shade behind that. So that's the overall standings as we head towards the single saw.
Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, of course, the STIHL TimberSports Championships for 2025, event 2 for our women, and half a second in that last one. Ann Patterson, of course, across from Australia for this. It's not a regular event, is it, in your calendar?
No, not regularly. That was actually the first time me cutting one in front of a crowd, not in the training ring. So that went as good as I could possibly hope it to, which was really great, yeah.
Was the 90-second sort of cut off a bit of a mental barrier that you've got to overcome, because you smashed it by 21 seconds?
Yeah. It is, but I was sort of trying to focus on what I needed to do, not to rush it, because that's when you make mistakes, and I just wanted a good cut, so I was happy with that.
How much of a mental game? Like, I saw you had one little sticky moment there, but you recovered pretty quickly.
Yeah, you just got to get it back out of the wood when you run into a bit of drama like that. That's because you're not having enough axe out at the end or the near, so yeah, you just got to focus on making on that next one and carrying on.
2 events down, top of the leaderboard, you're feeling good?
I'm pleased I got that one out of the way, and the next event's one of my favourites, so hopefully I do it just some justice.
Right. And Patterson, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, the STIHL TimberSports Championships. Thanks, man. Keep going well.
Single bucks, 1 minute. Righto, let's get it out then. Yep. Whistle. We've got 1 minute set up as well.
Okay, now we're getting ready for the single saw competition. Our first athlete coming out to set up will be Natalie Patterson, and we'll give you a little bit of an introduction as to what this event is.
Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc of a 46 centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success.
So what we do now is we just set up, we have a starting cut in TimberSports because this is very much an event for watching, that we make a quicker start so we don't get any buckles and bows at the start.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Nat Patterson's first up on this big single saw, the single buck, or as they sometimes call it, store this one away for some pub knowledge. They nickname these things a misery whip because, by gosh, when they go wrong, it's a very long, flexible piece of steel. Getting through, probably about 60%. Now it starts to get hard aerobically on strength, but really good rhythm here from Nat. I tell you, oh gee, we've just put the commentator's curse on that last blow, haven't we? But I tell you what, didn't look too bad. Judges, have a look, and then we'll have a look at some times.
Okay, the cut is good.
That's how we want to start it, isn't it? Nat Patterson laying down a time, laying down the gauntlet for all of those that now come afterwards. These saws can set you back well over $3,000 for a finished saw. Usually the competitors keep one saw as their main competition saw. Won't use it during practice, and they usually have a wizard somewhere who can actually get those teeth as sharp as possible. Now in the softer wood we use a profile on the saw called a peg and raker saw. So these ones in this wood will be probably 3 or maybe even 4 pegs. The raker takes out the chip. And here's another one of those little bits of jargon for you to store away. We don't call them chips from this event, we call them noodles, because that's absolutely what they look like. Now when they're squaring up the block from the previous cut, that's one thing, but they'll also have a look through. If knots are coming through that block that are going to unfairly disadvantage the competitor, they will cut back into the block a bit further with the chainsaw so that we have a nice clean face. So if you're visiting your friendly still shop over March, they have a number of great deals. Obviously, they've got the greatest product, and that's something that we really want to reinforce, that it's not just a product that comes down from your local hardware merchant. These are specialist stores, your friendly still shops. They know how to back it up. They have the parts and they have the expertise, and they'll also help you make the right decision. And at the moment, there's a few things called upgrades out there. So you may wish to get a little bit of a deal while you're there, or coming from people around here, Central District's Field Days, not too far away now. Okay, so let's get into our next heat, number 2. Michaela Lord and Karen Corbin. So I can see Mickey's saw here has got that wonderful brand Tuatahi stenciled into the side, because not only do they make the axes, they make the saws. Same for Karen Corbin using Tuatahi. Many of the best athletes over the world for decades have used this brand, and here they are supporting STIHL at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. So starting cuts go in. You can see that each one of our judges has a template, so you can mark that block. So that starting cut is 25 centimetres, which I think is about 10 inches in the old money. So that's where they are, and not a millimetre less, or a millimetre more. So the saws are set into the log.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Karen starting with a few short strokes, but the idea is to keep them use the entire length. Just a few stalls coming in, but now starting to get the momentum up is Karen Corbin from a Riverton. Mickey Lord from Otorohanga now making it up, getting the rhythm up, getting all of the teeth working. Now, as you can probably imagine, once you're into the second half, you start to run out of wind. But I tell you what, she's put in a good saw. And there we have it. Karen Corbin not too far behind. See if we got that first time what we're looking to beat.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Well done, competitors. This can be a tough gig as well, because if you can imagine that big bendy piece of steel, if she bows or buckles, it's going to break the momentum, and getting the momentum going again is what's really, really difficult. Okay, so now we'll clean up the stage, reset the blocks. Of course, he's cutting the chips there, which will be followed by some noodles, followed by some cookies. So the single saw is quite a culinary experience, really, coming here to STIHL TimberSports. Anyone happy with the face of that block now? So have a looking at the order so far in the single buck saw. Leading the field at the moment is Natalie Patterson, 24.70. Mickey Lord with a 26.15 and Karen Corbin with a 29.03. So Nat Patterson currently the leader in the single buck competition. We'll wait for our next two competitors to come up. Okay, ready to go. Let's welcome to the stage Darcel Upaloo and Cherie Taylor. Right, two very experienced sawyers in front of you now, particularly in the single saw, and also they compete in the Jack and Jill and doubles as well, which can be done with these saws. If you have a look at them, you can see some holes in the end there that can take a second handle. We can look at Darcel's saw, which is four pegs and raker. See, these are high performance saws. So we can come down and have a look here. Cherie's also 4 pegs, 1 raker. There is another profile for those that have come off farms that have had these hanging up in wool sheds. You might see a thing called an M tooth, which was the traditional saw used for harder wood, making it into lumber. And don't get me wrong, Toa, you might think that the chainsaw superseded these, but with the fastest competitors, a single cut can beat a chainsaw on one of these saws with one person operating it. Just gets a bit harder doing the next 10.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, good pull from both competitors. Cherie Taylor starting off with a good cadence, but I tell you what, Darcel Upaloo, look at the speed of this. Keeping that saw straight, using the whole length, and oh dear, just gets a little bit of a bow in the end. It's going to give Cherie Taylor a little bit of a look in, but not for long. So the veteran Cherie Taylor, the farmer, coming down last part of the single buck. And there we have it. Usually, you know, never to interview them straight after this event because they'll never have enough breath to answer a question. Very, very tough discipline. But when it goes well, it looks absolutely fantastic.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Right, we're getting a clean sheet so far here in the single buck, which is good to see. See with our next two contestants can do the same thing. We'll do a little bit of a tidy up on the stage, wait for some times. Righto, let's welcome to the stage for the next event of a rousing. Welcome to Raywin Windley and Louise Nolder. Okay, having a little bit of look at the old scoreboard as we are right now. The time to beat is an 18.18 recorded by Darcel Upaloo from Mount Maunganui. Nat Patterson with a 24.7 from Wyndham sitting in second position, and Mickey Lord holding out the third spot. So let's see what our next two contestants can do to those times. Okay, starting cuts put in, 25 centimetres. If you're new to the sport, you need to remember all these things. Vital knowledge.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's 18.18 to beat. 18.18, probably about the time they started using these saws. Raymond Windley, full of concentration. Cutting well, as I say, you want to keep that momentum going. You don't want to have to restart the saw. But Raymond Windley makes a good job of it. There we have it, 2 on the floor. So just looking at Raymond saw, that's a 3 peg, as opposed to the 4s that we saw in the last heat. Judges conversing.
Okay, both cuts are good.
So the cuts are good. We've recorded all the way through. 1 heat to go. Underhand. Let's welcome onto the stage the last heat, Elma Wallace and Ann Patterson. So it's Black Butt and Queensland, Queensland up against Otaki. So Adam Lowe just doing that starting cut over here. Matt Hura, second of our match officials, just checking Ann Patterson's starting cut.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So last opportunity to record that time to take care of the leaders on the leaderboard. Now both of these two are very good sawyers. They are the top rank. A little bit of a stall there for Alma Wallace and Patterson, keeping good rhythm. Look at this, looking the whole of that blade buried in the wood, and it's a cookie on the ground. And Alma Wallace almost had something to say about that last blow, but she held it in. So we'll check to make sure everything's right. It's at 18:18, recorded by Darcel Upperloo. Is the time to beat, and by gosh, it's really out there on its own. So we'll have to wait for these times, but we'll just check first things first, make sure the judges are happy.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we want to hear. Absolute clean sheet in the single buck. Okay, so the times are through, and there has been a change in the order. And Patterson, 15.8 seconds, takes the top spot. But Darcel Upperloo for that 18:18, that's probably enough to get those points back from that earlier stock saw situation. And Raywin Windley from Christchurch staying relevant at a 22:05. So that is the single buck competition, if there were a make-believe podium for such. And we'll have a look at the overall standings once they've been updated.
Well, the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, still TimberSports 2025 Championship. And back up with me again, Ann Patterson with a win there in the Bucksaw. Now, you intimated after your good performance in the previous event that this is one of your favourites?
Yeah, definitely. I haven't previously done it justice in the softwood here, but I was super happy with that.
Yeah. And, of course, you had a pretty good time to beat, too, there with Darcel, 18 seconds. She laid down the marker.
Yeah, she absolutely did. I've watched Darcel over the last few years, and I've always strove to be as good as Darcel, and I've come up with a little bit of a win on her today. But yeah, she's been one I've been watching for years, and I think she's brilliant at what she does. So I was happy to be able to be out there and compete and have a good time.
Great. Look, those of us who grew up on farms, and everybody here pretty much has had experience, saw buck saws sort of rusting and lying around from many, many years ago. What's the key to it?
You've really got to look after them. They aren't cheap. We a few $1,000s is easily dropped on a saw with a batten of an eyelid, but we Tuatahi plates they are. So you just got to, a bit of WD-40, CRC, keep them nice and lubricated. And luckily in Queensland we have KBT saws, which is Brad Turner, and he was able to touch that up before I come over here. So I'd just like to say a really good thanks for him for doing that for me.
And best of luck for the competition, going well.
Thank you very much.
There we go. It is the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the STIHL TimberSports Championships for 2025.
And Hamish is absolutely right too, and doing very well, because you have a look at the old scoreboard that's put up there now. We can now see that Ann Patterson has extended her lead at the top of the field with 26 points. But Alma Wallace, as we would have expected, is coming in that second position. And great to see Raywin Windley holding up in that third position. But just a little bit of word of warning. Darcel Upperloo, with that good result on the single buck, coming up to 14 points. So still hovering around the order. So that's what we have for the time being. We've got the underhand to come, and we'll find out just who is going to be in the top spot of the podium for 2025. Now, we've been mentioning to you that we have a fantastic merchandise tent here for STIHL TimberSports. Some great stuff in it, but here's your opportunity. If you've got a good eye and you can beat everyone else out of the way like you do catching a ball at the cricket in the stands, there might be a T-shirt coming your way. I can see STIHL's got the weapon in hand. Let's hopefully this year that we don't have too many hung up in the trees and they're actually heading for some real people that can take them home. Well, there you go. Someone's got to run for it. It's a little bit like a lolly scramble with T-shirts. And, of course, if you miss out on one of these, just go to the merchandise tent and you can actually buy one of them. A little bit too much right foot on the last one, I think. Here we go. Let's see what this one looks like. Oh, it's a little bit of a shorter thing. Someone's managed to get it. Did someone go around the back of the stand and get that other one? Who managed to get that? You got it? Good on you. Just because you put your hands up in the air doesn't mean you're going to get it. You've got to fight for it. Don't know how many more he's got, but he's stuffing another one down the barrel. Oh, we might have two, so here's your opportunity. No, Matt Gower, you can probably win one of these. Well, that's gone over there. Oh, there was almost a tussle. Almost a tussle. Okay, lucky last. Get your hands in the air if you want it. Come on, hands in the air. Here it goes. Great catch. And even greater sportsmanship handing it over. Let's welcome to the stage our first competitor in the underhand. It is Nat Patterson.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
Athlete, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so you've had the description on how the underhand is chopped. It's used to separate a log into two, cutting him to length. Sometimes there's a little bit of a change in the type of axe they may use. They may go for a shorter handle on this than they may do for the standing. So Nat Patterson making some quite clean cuts on this first side. Again, one of those traditional axe events that everyone loves, that they've been watching at A&P shows and other events for well over a century. Onto the front side. Good turn it was. Now you can see that there are flat pieces on each block that have been levelled out by the competitor before they come in. Those are called footholes. That's their real term on them. But if you cut into one of those, it's going to cause a DQ. So Nat Patterson putting in the effort now. Second side. Can't to see. Comes through the top. Goes through for the bottom. And there it is, centre. It's on the ground. Nice, efficient cut there for Nat.
Okay, the cut is good.
So Nat Patterson opens her account in the underhand. Do a little bit of a clear up, get a couple of blocks out there, and ready for heat number 2.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop
So
technique
again, if you have a look at the
was
blocks,
used
you
to
can see
split
that the
logs.
competitor has already marked them up
Standing
with
on a
crayon. They've
horizontally
picked
anchored
the best
block,
wood on
the
block that
athletes
they have
cut
drawn.
through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
On the block, making their marks, and that's their plan. In their head, they'll be thinking how many blows on each side are they budgeting, and they'll be trying to keep to that all the way through. Have a look at the turn as well. So you can have a step turn, or you can have a jump turn. Let's welcome our next 2 contestants onto the boards. Karen Corbin and Michaela Lord.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Mickey Lord from Aotearoa on the left-hand side as you look from the grandstand, opening up the first staff. Karen Corbin from Riverton gets those first blows in, cleans out some wood, but Mickey Lord really making some good work here. Comes into the V. Nice and clean it is too, not too many steps. Karen Corbin also doing a very clean job, but it's going to be second on the turn because Mickey Lord's already there. So Karen Corbin now makes the turn to the back. As the floor shakes with the heat, the weight of each hit that goes in on each round as they work their way to the centre, but it's Mickey Lord. Separates the block. Karen Corbin not too far away, just turns to the other side. So you can see each ex-competitor will have a strong side and an off side, and they'll be balancing those through. Coming through on the strong side now, 1 to go, and there we have it.
Coming close. Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, so we'll keep those scores going. So Nat Patterson had put it at 49.78. We'll wait for the next two to come and record their times. So if you have a look at those blocks, again, you can see those flat footholes on each end. We make sure those are cut beforehand when they're actually got their drawn block, marking it up, so that's all done. So it makes it a little bit quicker to get the changeover done. And of course, if you've been to wood shopping, you'll know that not all events are run in this championship format, which is one-on-one, where they all start at the same time. And you use the handicap system in a lot of the events in traditional wood shopping. But on this, we basically do a ranking and we set up the heats. And if a bolter comes through from the lower down the order, so be it. Let's welcome our next two contestants up to the stage, Cherie Taylor and Louise Nolder. Time to beat so far is Mickey Lord leading the field with 43.10, Nat Patterson on a 49.78, and Karen Corbin rounding out the top three at a 62.9.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So absolutely simultaneous as they take the first blows on the number one scarf. Cherie Taylor on the right-hand side as you look from the grandstand. Louise Nolder on your left. Cleaning out that first scarf. Louise Nolder very, very tidy as she comes toward the centre. A little bit more wood to shift there for Cherie Taylor, but she's got a good heavy hit, which will actually move those centre pieces out pretty quickly. First on the turn, Louise Nolder. Now approaching the second scarf. Cherie Taylor still working away on the front side, but it does depend on how much work you do on that front side as to how much you have to do on the back. But I think looking at this, Louise Nolder's done a good job here. Cherie Taylor makes the turn now, but she's got a little bit of ground to make up. Okay, here we go. This is starting to look good over this side here. On your left as Louise Nolder puts one into two. So here's Cherie Taylor. Let's hear some noise, everyone. The veteran in this competition, the farmer, the inspiration for so many here. Just some blows to go and we'll have this underhand all sorted. Oh, there's the top piece out, so we know we're going to get somewhere. You can see a little bit of movement coming in the block. It's not far to go now. There it is. Well done.
Coming close. Okay, both cuts are good.
You heard it right there, both cuts are good, so the times will stand. We just need to have a little bit of a look and see what those are going to be. So let's have a look at the old scoreboard. Staying at the top there, Mickey Lord with that 43.10, cut well. Nat Patterson on a 49.78 holds on to that second, but Louise Nalder steps up with 49.94 into the third position, pushing Karen Corbin of Riverton just down one more. And Cherie Taylor from Te Aroha, 87.10, records the time. It was clean, so it'll all go towards the tally at the end. So we've got the two blocks up ready to go for our next heat. Let's welcome to the stage, make a bit of noise for Darcel Apaloo and Raywin Windley. So it's a 43.10 to beat.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, making the most of the start, getting in on the count. Raywin Windley probably just making contact fractionally sooner as they clean out all of the edge wood on that first scarf. As they work from the outside to the inside, they'll already have a plan in their head whether they go low, middle or high on each side. Strong side and offside. Those are all the things that they will have planned. They don't just get up and hit it any old how. There's a lot of science to it. Darcel Apaloo makes a turn, gets a balance. Raywin Windley also now on the turn, but at the moment it's Darcel Apaloo who has the upper hand on the block. And the big thuds go in as they do the same thing they did on the front scarf, getting all the wood out of the way so they can get into the centre and put those drivers in. And I tell you what, Raywin Windley, what a great cut. Darcel Apaloo not too far behind, but looks like the honours in that particular matchup head south to Christchurch. A good cut too, just having a look at Raywin's first scarf. Not a lot of stepping in that. Looks like pretty efficient stuff. Good cut. Okay, right, we have protest handkerchiefs gone out. Something needs to be checked. Not sure what they're looking for at this stage. Looks like the footholes are okay. Haven't been breached. May come down to the start. Of course, they've got the head. You can hear the 3, 2, 1 go, but they've got to get the timing. You can't go before go, otherwise things become a little bit problematic.
Okay, we have a good cut on stand 2. Unfortunately on stand 1, the athlete has cut into her foothold with the axe.
Okay, so that's unfortunate, but that is one of the things. If you breach those footholes, it's what we consider to be a safety issue. So any mark on them, and unfortunately Darcel looks like she's mismanaged to hit it. And it doesn't have to be much. So one heat to come. Alma Wallace and Ann Patterson will be our next two up, so we'll introduce them on stage very soon after we've done a little bit of a clean-up. Get the cradles out of the way, broken blocks, everything else that's on the ground. So we'll just wait for Raywin Windley's time. See if that'll change the order in that underhand competition. Just getting some last adjustments, but everyone, let's give a rousing welcome back to the stage for Alma Wallace and Ann Patterson.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, looks like a clean start for both of this ultimate heat in the women's underhand competition. Is this going to determine the final finishing for it all? And Patterson doing what we know she does so well. She's got a three-peat in mind, but I'm sure Alma Wallace wants to see if she can cut that short. Very good first scarf by Alma Wallace from Otaki. She makes a turn first. The Queenslander comes into second on the turn, but I know she's going to be pretty good on the flying finish. But it's Alma Wallace who's really done some work here to get on that front side first. Let's have a look for the daylight between the two pieces on each block. See if you can pick it. And I tell you what, that's going to be a popular victory, isn't it? Oh, both sides absolutely brilliant. And the Otaki fan club goes wild. There's some brilliant stuff. Okay, final heat that was too. So that's really starting to get quite important, isn't it, when it comes to the value of things? Because certainly as we came out of the last heat, nothing had changed in the order, so it's all going to be on how these two shape up.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, so those times are going to be recorded. Let's see if we can change the order. And then we're going to know who is going to be the 2025 STIHL TimberSports New Zealand Women's Champion, because we're getting into that part of the proceedings roundabout now. We're going to know who in all of those scores and all the disciplines are combined to see who is going to come top of the pops here in the square in Palmerston North. Sorry, mate. Having a look at the scoreboard now and that underhand chop, and we knew that there was going to be a bit of a change in the order as Alma Wallace from Otaki takes the top spot there in the underhand. What a great finish with a 36.37 seconds in close, and behind at 40.08 it was Ann Patterson. Mickey Lord managed to hang on by the skin of her teeth to that third position, stays on the imaginary podium for the underhand at a 43.10.
Can I grab you to come?
Where would you like me? Bit more time if I gave myself more time to train and probably be better. That's all right. That's all good. Learning. It's the first time up on the standing event, eh?
Yeah, I'll ask you that because that was from
Now, we're not going to give you the overall standings because we have now finished proceedings in the Women's Championship. And the next thing coming up is the podium and the prize giving. So we better keep that just a little bit of a secret for the time being. So hang in there, stay with us. And we'll get into the presentations very soon.
Test. The Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the STIHL TimberSports Championships of 2025, and a very popular winner of the underhand chop, Alma Wallace. Alma, top performance. You love that axe.
Yeah, that's my favourite event.
Yeah. Tell me, because you were pretty close too in the earlier event, the standing block as well too.
Yeah, that's I haven't cut a lot of that, and when I first started this year, the boys took a video and I said, oh, please don't send it, it's terrible. So I was really happy with the result today to come out and be a lot better than I started.
Yeah, super competitive there. Tell me about the camaraderie amongst your fellow competitors here, because it's life on an axe edge out there when you're competing, but you all seem to get on pretty well.
Oh, we're all good mates. Like this is one of my favourite events to come to because I can catch up with all the girls out the back, and it's lovely. We all look after each other and want each other to do well.
And Otaki like weather here in Palmerston North today.
Yeah, I think Otaki came with me because most of them are up there, so I really appreciate their support.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it for Alma. Alma Wallace, well done.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my supporters and to my husband, to you too. Thank you.
Got to mention the husband. There we go. The Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the STIHL TimberSports Championships for 2025. Test. Well, of course, we've been talking to our winners of the individual events as we go throughout these STIHL TimberSports Championship for 2025. And one of the characters who's been competing for, I think Philip Ropihar said 41 years, Sri Taylor. That's, you must have some great memories, and you're still turning it on.
Yeah, I have had some fabulous memories. My late husband and I travelled to America and Canada and Australia and competed initially in Jack and Jill events. Then I branched out into other events and actually created the New Zealand women's team, so I feel very proud of that. So,
you're still farming in Te Aroha?
Yes, I am. I'm dry stock farming. I just do silage, really. I took the stock off because they got out one night and that was it, and I thought I'm not chasing them. So, no, I dry stock farm, so I keep it in pristine condition.
Fantastic. So, you chase the competition. You love we talked to Alma about the camaraderie of this. Is that something that keeps you going?
You know, it's absolutely correct, because since I lost my husband, I feel these are my family and friends. And although I love the sport, this is my family.
And what a family it is. Now, I'm looking around here, Sheree, and I'm seeing some young women and some young men who might really be suited to timber sports. What's your advice to them to get involved? I mean, on a club level, starting out, how do they go about it?
Well, just see if if they can find anyone that's at a club level or just competing or even practicing, and join them and ask them questions and everything, and go along to some of the chops, some of the training days, and if they're interested, they'll get taught.
Now, I know when you talk about the cost of a buck saw and chainsaws and axes and everything, but I guess there's plenty of supply of those to find, that people can get access to them to find out if it is for them.
Oh, yeah. It's only word of mouth, a lot of it too, and you'll find a lot of the axemen and competitors and that are very, very considerate to everyone, to their peers and everything like that. So, and to newcomers, they'd be encouraging them all along. So, yeah.
You have to maintain a fair level of fitness, because I've got to say, watching you on the standing chop and the underhand, and it's like, I don't know, 60, 90 seconds of agony, isn't it?
Not really. I trained hard, but I was a bit disappointed with my effort today. But I've got to be very proud because I'm competing against a lot of young ones. So yeah.
Sheree Taylor, nobody was disappointed in you. We're all extremely proud of Sheree. Give her a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Sheree Taylor. Thanks, Sheree. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There we go. It is the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the STIHL TimberSports Championships.
Okay, so you've been watching all morning and you want to know how it's going to fall out and how that podium's going to set. But first we'll ask all of our competitors to step up to the stage so you can have another good look at them. So if they are near the marshalling yards, if we could please welcome on in no particular order, because we don't want to give away the places, Darcel Upaloo, Mickey Lord, Sheree Taylor, Nat Patterson, Ann Patterson, Raywin Windley, Karen Corbin, Alma Wallace, and Louise Nolder. They are your competitors from the morning's competition in the Women's STIHL TimberSports National Championships. Now next I'd like to welcome to the stage from STIHL New Zealand Marketing Manager STIHL, and Member of Parliament for Otaki, and a local boy at that, Tim Costley. Okay, so they're going to arm themselves with some prizes and awards, but first up we need to bring in third position will be Raywin Windley from Christchurch. In second position, from Otaki, it is Alma Wallace. So who is going to get the tuatahi axe and all the silverware that takes that top spot? It is such a pleasure to announce, and I'm going to say she's from Greymouth, but this is a three-peat for Ann Patterson. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There are your women's champions for 2025. Right, that has been a fantastic effort there for the Women's Championship, but there is more coming for today. So stay tuned. We're going to be into the Rookies New Zealand STIHL TimberSports Championship, and we're looking to introduce those young fellas to you round about 1:45. So get yourself a spot, get yourself some lunch, and be back and join us at 12:45.
Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, our STIHL TimberSports Women's Champion is Pete Patterson, and congratulations. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm really stoked. I was pretty happy with all my events across the board. I went out there and did what I know I needed to do, and yeah, happy to come away with the win.
In Raywin and Elmer, some great competition towards the end there. You didn't get it easy.
No, absolutely not. Those girls will always put up a good, strong fight, and it is hard to come out here and do well in all your disciplines when you've got such a fierce competition.
And of course, no mean feat to make it over the Tasman. You are, though, still a coaster at heart, though.
Always a coaster through and through.
Yeah. And what is this title? What does it mean to you to be the 3-time champion of the STIHL TimberSports?
Oh, it means the world to me. Chopping is a huge part of my life, and to be able to come and get the third time, chuffed.
Yeah. And how much of the year do you spend competing over in Australia?
We spend at least 9 months sort of off and on, so we've just started our season now, so it's too hot to cut over there in the summertime. So last weekend was our first weekend of shows, and then going into Sydney Royal Easter, which is one of the biggest chops in the world. So yeah, got to be training right from Christmas right through. So.
And you're looking in great form. Hey, what a great event this is, the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games here with STIHL TimberSports. It's fantastic, isn't it, having the array of events, the atmosphere. It's just brilliant.
It is fantastic. It's so good to showcase all these different sorts of sports that we have out here in New Zealand, and it's good to sort of, be recognised.
Our champion, Ann Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
indicator as to different things going with the saw. It's got a temperature indicator, a red bar loop, power loop, crank brakes on, and the trigger's activated, ready to use. So the 300 has got quite a bit more power than with the long bar, you're going to cut the material. So with having the long bar, that's really if you're trying to save power. They have a three-way power option for the saw, and that's adjustable at the wire account. So you can run that saw cutting nails. So on this saw, it's got a visual panel indicator as to different things going on with the saw. It's got a temperature indicator. If you're at a bar loop, your different power levels, your chain brake's on, and if the trigger's activated, ready to use.
So the 300 has got quite a bit more power than the smaller 220. Obviously means that it's got a longer bar. With the longer bar, you're going to cut through material. So with having the longer bar and a battery, we're trying to save the power on the last time we can. They have a three-way power option in the saw, and that's adjustable to the wire. So you can run this saw cutting rail all day.
lights up. It's quite pretty. So on the saw, it's got a visual panel indicator as to different things going on with the saw. It's got a temperature indicator. If you're out of bar loop, your different power levels, your chain brake's on, and if the trigger's activated, ready for use.
So the 300 has got quite a bit more power than the smaller 220. Obviously needs that, it's got a longer bar. With the longer bar you're going to cut the material, so having the longer bar and a battery, you're trying to save power on it. The battery lasts as long as you can. They have a three-way power option in the saw, and that's just the so you can run the saw cutting rail all day, and it does it. You don't need that latest cut one. thoughts on the saw when I first picked it up was it's quite big, but we found that puts it more into a general saw range rather than the specified range of the smaller saw.
This saw's definitely an upgrade, more than just size. I think it's better probably for general use. Just anything you need to do, shaping strainers, poles, stays, rather than just rail. It's a bit of an all-rounder, really. Pretty handy to have. I think what makes it so good for general purpose compared to the other saw is just the size, really. Bigger, stronger motor, a bit longer bar, faster chain speed, and power's definitely there. It's up there with 50cc chainsaws. Definitely.
The saw feels very nice to use. The handles are at the correct ergonomic angle. Across the head of the saw, you've got, I think it's a 15-degree angle. The length of pull down the saw is great. It's not too short and compact. You feel like you've got great control over it with a long bar. And it's so smooth. It feels slimline.
New design, pretty bloody brilliant. Just pick it up and use it. Check the battery indicators right there, information panel on it, and smooth as vibrations.
The anti-vibe that they put into the saw is really nice to use. It's very smooth. Way smoother than any gas saw you're going to use. And for all you gizmo guys out there, and computer geeks, it's got a little wee LCD screen on it, so at night it shows little lights up. It's quite pretty.
So on this saw, it's got a visual panel indicator as to different things going on with the saw. It's got a temperature indicator, if you're out of bar lube, your different power levels, if your chain brake's on, and if the trigger's activated, ready to use.
So the 300 has got quite a bit more power than the smaller 220, and it obviously needs that. It's got a longer bar. With the longer bar, you're going to cut bigger material. So with having the longer bar and a battery that you're trying to save the power of, you want the battery to last as long as you can. They have a three-way power option in the saw, and that's adjustable via a panel. So you can run this saw cutting rail all day on eco, and it does it flawlessly. You don't need that great chain speed to cut rail. If you're cutting larger material, like shaping your stay, you want high chain speed to get a nice clean cut. So you whack it up on 3 and do your chain work that way, but you will use more battery. The electric saws over the petrol saw for us on a day-to-day basis is really the pick up and cut method. We don't need to leave the chainsaw idling on the ground. We can put the saw on the ground, do what we need to do, pick it up, use it, put it straight back in. At the end of the day, you haven't pull started a chainsaw 350 times. You just pick up a saw and pull the trigger. You just don't think about it. It takes that effort away. Yeah, this saw's got a permanent place now. It's just another step forward. It is definitely an improvement in a lot of ways for general cutting saw. It does jobs that the smaller saw won't do. It also does jobs that the smaller saw does do. So you combine those two things together and you're out on the job doing a job. That's what you want. It's definitely got a place.
Well, it doesn't rattle around, does it? I keep repeating myself, but it's smooth as. It doesn't move.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not far away till we start the second part of today's proceedings here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. And of course, you are here to see STIHL TimberSports. So we've got the rookies competition coming up for you shortly. So don't go too far away, because we're ready to announce our competitors very soon.
No, I think I'll do one quick.
Yep.
I'll just do one quick. Yep.
You know, you do your thing.
Very quickly. Yep.
Yeah, we're in no rush. We still got it.
Okay. So I'll about, Ladies and gentlemen, we're not too far away from Kiss My Axe time here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. The STIHL TimberSports. It's the afternoon of the rookies after we celebrated our magnificent women competitors this morning. Of course, the man who will take you through proceedings this afternoon and on into tomorrow as well, Mr. STIHL TimberSports himself, Mr. Philip Ropiha.
Right, great to be back on the stage after a small break. Hamish Mackay, everyone, local boy done good. Best TV sports anchor that's been. Just a shame we're not seeing him quite so much now. But anyway, as Hamish said, rookies competition. What's a rookie? A rookie is under 25. There's a few other nuances in the rules, but I won't take you through those because the rule book for STIHL TimberSports is about that thick. So let's just think under 25. But what is really important is these guys are the future of the sport. And if you were here this morning, you would have heard me say that New Zealand is the most successful STIHL TimberSports nation on earth. When you've got so many world titles that no one even comes close, when you add the rest, it's just a slam dunk against every country. And there are a lot of countries that compete in this circuit. But of course, the ones that we like to beat are the Australians, of course. Now, we have a rookie world championship to our title. Let's see how we're going to go today. But the big news today is that the former winner, our champion over three times, I think, Cleveland Cherry, has now moved up to the seniors. So we've opened up the field. And I know that there were a couple of blokes here, or three particularly, that were on the podium last year or just in behind it, that this, they say, is going to be their chance. So let's have a look and let's meet some of them. But first, let's bring on our two key officials. If I could ask, please, Adam Lowe to come to the stage. Adam is from Nelson, former member New Zealand team for STIHL TimberSports. He knows how it works. And from Auckland, Matt Hura. So these guys are the ones who take that big fat rule book and make it apply. Right, let's meet some contestants. From Hokitika, Jack Matthews. So Jack's a student and he is the youngest competitor in the field by a whole 2 months. And obviously you'll find out who the other one that's 2 months older is very shortly. From Stratford, Sam Bellamy. Sam's occupation very close to our heart in this game. He is an outdoor power equipment technician for Still Shop Hawera. So for all the Taranaki people here, this could be your man. Now he scored a bronze in the Rookie World Champs in 2023. Third in New Zealand on the stage last year, 2024. Morgan Bolstad from Taumarunui. Morgan is a builder, and we talked about the familiar links, comes from a legacy in the sport with grandfather Sonny and father David. Silver, 2022 New Zealand rookies. And a bronze as part of the New Zealand team that went to the Worlds in 2022. From Whangamomana, Matt Gower. Matt's a diesel technician, silver in the 2024 New Zealand Rookie Champs and part of the 2023 New Zealand team that travelled to Europe. So he's got a little bit of the international experience already under his belt. From Invercargill, Sam Unahi. Sam's a welder fabricator. This is his third year up on the stage in STIHL TimberSports New Zealand. Perhaps this is going to be the year. And another one from Hokitika, Scott Matthews. Scott's an electrician by trade, and he has won the 2024 West Coast Sports Awards Achievement in Male Sport. From Christchurch, let's welcome Lockie Windley. Lockie's a student. It's a duo of mother and son competing on the stage today. We saw Raywin come in and stand on the podium just about half an hour ago, next youngest in this field. And last but definitely not least, let's welcome Willie Hoyle. Willie Hoyle, he is domiciled in Kanumu in Victoria, Australia at the moment. He hails from the Waikato and he is an arborist by trade. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are the 2025 rookies who will contest Stihl TimberSports National Championship. All right, we'll let them get off the stage. We'll get prepped for the first one of our competitions and heats. And we'll be ready to roll out here in this wonderful Manawatu sunshine. They tell me it's always like this, is that right? Yeah, there you heard it.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
Okay, getting ready now for our first discipline, which will be the underhand. We're going to tell you a little bit more about it very soon. We're just about ready to get our first two contestants out here. Let's welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, give a big bit of noise for Jack Matthews and Lockie Windley in our first heat.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Jack Matthews on the right-hand side as you look from the stand. Lockie Windley on the left. All those big hits going in. The wood looks like it's going to be cutting very well. A little bit of a stick there for Lockie Windley, but first on the turn, Jack Matthews. Lockie Windley now on the turn as well. Actually cutting very well. You can see the speed difference as we step up to the rookies. Watching for the daylight between the blocks, and I tell you what, there he goes, Jack Matthews. That's a pretty good way to start proceedings, I think.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There you have it. What a great way to start proceedings for the afternoon with the rookies. Nice clean cut straight off the mark. We'll do a little bit of clearing up. Now, when you're looking at those blocks, and some of the things that will add to what you just saw on the video, you can see the flat pieces on the end of those blocks. Those are called footholes. And that's why obviously they've carved those out for their feet to be in. And they've made it just the right size because they don't want to make it too big. Because if you cut into one of those, as we saw in the women's competition, that could be a disqualification. Obviously, they're for safety so that you don't go near your feet, considering you are cutting down right between them. So these blocks are 30 centimetres in diameter for the rookies class. And as you can see, they've already gone through. The blocks that you see, they do not get to choose. They are drawn from a ballot, so they have to make the most of what they get. So you can actually see that it's a bit hard to see the crayon marks. You may see them from there, but they've already gone on that block. They've turned it over to find out where the best cutting wood is, and that's where they've marked where they're going to hit. In their heads, they've already worked out how many blows on each side and what order they're going to put them in. Far side, near side, centres. Obviously, they usually start on their strongest side on the first hits. But you'll get the idea as you keep watching. We've got a few heats to go, but a good start to the day it is. Okay, let's bring on our next two contestants, Sam Unahi and Scott Matthews. Okay, a good South Island duel coming up for you here. Sam from Southland. Scott from Hokitika on the west coast.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, good timing. I'm going to say that Scott Matthews gets that first blow and just slightly ahead there of Sam Unahi. But see what the Southlander can do. This is going to have a keep a good watch to see who's going to be first on the turn. And it is Scott Matthews first on the turn, but very close and behind is Sam. Working away, second scarf. They've already got in the head they're going to do, but we see daylight already coming through here from young Mr. Matthews. Sam Unahi has one to go, and that's it. Heat number 2.
It's on.
Okay, coming close. Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, from the first heat going through, we saw Jack Matthews put a 21.46 to take the lead. We'll have to wait until we get these two through. We'll get their times and we'll let you know how they're standing. But always a great way to start the afternoon with an underhand for many of you who have followed the sport or seen it at A&P shows and fairs. This is one of the favourites, the real traditional ones. As you heard in the description, if you imagine a log sitting on the ground in the forest that needs to be cut to length, this is how it would be done. But of course someone came in, the disruptor in the industry turned up 1926, and of course that was Andreas STIHL, who invented the first powered chainsaw, which meant it consigned a lot of these types of tools to high level sport as we see today. Great to have our friends from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws on board. As a co-sponsor here, of course they are the ones that make the best axes and saws in the world, the choice of just about every competitor in every country and every continent that races in timber sports. Now, if you're liking timber sports, we have some memorabilia and some great stuff for sale. Just over, if you're looking from the stand on your right-hand side, you can see this white marquee over here. If you go in, there's all sorts of great goodies in there. Righto, let's welcome our next two onto the stage. It is Matt Gower and Willie Hoyle.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Scott Matthews with a 21.03 in the last heat leading the field. Let's see what these two can do. Young Manfred Kanumu in Victoria making good work. He's already on the turn, just fractionally ahead of Whangamama's Matt Gower. So it's Willie Hoyle all the way as we see. We can see the big hits coming in from Matt Gower. He's been on the podium last year and he's a real contender for this title. But I tell you what, you pick the difference. You pick the difference. That's how we like it, as tight and as close as it can be. Good bit of catch up there from Matt Gower. Looked a little bit behind on the turn, but managed to pick it up on that second scarf. This was a 21.03 to beat from Scott Matthews. We'll have a bit of a look at the old scoreboard in a minute and just see how that's faring.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Right, so we're scoring good results all the way through so far. Let's see whether we can keep this going. Great to see Craig McMillan and Fred Hutchison, the wise old men, leaning against fence over there. Obviously they'll have lots of advice for whoever wants to enter the stage, as I know they are long supporters of this sport. Okay, just having a look down at the times, a 79.8's the one to beat. Let's welcome to the stage Sam Bellamy and Morgan Bolstad.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, based on the form of previous years, these two are definite contenders for the title. Let's see how they go. Sam Bellamy's been putting in the work there in Harwater, but first on the turn it's Morgan Bolstad, but I tell you what, it's only hundredths of a seconds different as they enter that second scarf. Sam Bellamy really getting it in, the big man, but he's going to get it. Let's have a look. This is going to be close, but it's going to be Morgan Bolstad. He's done it. Sam just hooked up on that last one, but it's going to be a good result for young Bolstad by the look of it, the man from Tau Maranui. So I'll let the judges do their thing.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Right, so we've got a full set of times that we need to evaluate to see out of our first discipline who's going to be heading the field as we head towards a podium later on in the afternoon. Just those times to come to confirm. Right, we've got some information here on the old scoreboard and having a look at it. I know you can actually see it up on there, but Morgan Bolstad Very good cut in that last heat with the 17.75. Takes him to the top of the pops here in the hot sunshine in the Manawatu. Matt Gower just close behind him with the 17.98, and Willie Hoyle, our Australian resident, at 18.35, wraps up what would be the podium if it was the last event to be had. So a very good start to the day with the underhand. We're going to do a little bit of stock sawing next, which is a little bit of chainsaw stuff. And as I said, 1926. The first powered chainsaw came onto the market from the STIHL company in West Germany, in a little place called Stuttgart, the same place they make the Porsche and they make the Mercedes-Benz, but they also make the STIHL. And that's where it is, just out of there to this very day, the factory, and still owned by the family who invented the product. And the good news is, come along next year, it will be 100 years for the STIHL company as we celebrate the centenary. So we'll just see if we can get an interview for you with Hamish Mackay and Morgan. And once that's over, we'll be into some stock sawing.
Yes. Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, ladies and gentlemen, the STIHL TimberSports Championships for 2025, the rookie competition underway, and well, raising the bar early on. Morgan Bolstad, that performance there, very happy with that.
Yeah, happy to come away with the win. Hopefully I can keep the momentum into the stock saw now, so pretty happy with that.
What is we've got 5 events overall. What is the pick of events? Is the underhand then one of your strongest?
Yeah, underhand's probably one of my stronger ones. Quite a discipline that I quite enjoy and I've been doing from a young age. So yeah,
it's a pretty level-looking field, though, isn't there? Some good competitors in there that you obviously know quite well.
Yeah, compete with most of the North Island boys each weekend. So yeah, it's pretty good. And then there's some strong competitors from the South Island coming through. So it's really good to see. Name
like Bolstad is obviously in your blood. How long have you been competing? When did you first start out?
Oh, I started out when I was about 7-ish, so yeah, quite a while now, about 13 years, maybe a couple more, so yeah.
You look like you're a sort of well built for a blindside flanker. Does any other sports take up your time?
Oh, I compete in polocross as well, so I'm in a New Zealand team for that also, so yeah.
Fantastic. Morgan, you go and enjoy the rest of the competition and all the very best for that. Thanks for chatting to us. There we go. That is Morgan Bolstad there. We're at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the STIHL TimberSports Championships for 2025.
Before we bring our competitors on, I think there's almost an announcement that needs to be made for something that was brought onto the stage just prior, and that's these 2 chainsaws. These chainsaws are what we call a stock saw, so they are tuned dead level. They are just over 91cc. They are a STIHL MS 661, King of the Forest. Saws over 90cc that have been used for harvesting in New Zealand have been dominated by STIHL for decades, whether it's this saw or its predecessor, or could we even say the usurper that's coming up from underneath the MS 500i. They are the saws of the professionals. But what a better way than to make the most of them than to go racing, which is what you're about to see next.
Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark. 1 downward and 1 upward.
Let's welcome on our first 2 competitors in the stock saw, Lockie Windley and Willie Hoyle.
Within the mark. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark. 1 downward and 1 upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, really good snatch there by Lockie Winley's just given him the advantage over Willie Hoyle, but can he make the most of it? They both come into the uppercut now. Very good control. Willie Hoyle might have it here. He's made a bit of a catch-up, and I tell you what, it's absolutely neck and neck. This is why you have a video to work out who scored what time, because those are going to be exceptionally close. And as we know, when you can check it down to 1/100th of a second, there's always going to be a winner. There's really no such thing as a draw. So each of our judges now are looking at the cookies, is what we call them, to make sure they are a complete 360-degree cut. And I tell you what, there's a couple of wafers in there they're having a bit of a close look at. They also are limited as to how deep they can cut into that log. As you heard from the description, they have to make those two cuts without breaking the crayon line.
Okay, on stand 2, we have a good cut. Unfortunately, on stand 1, the athlete has an incomplete disc.
And so unfortunately, that's all there is to it. You don't make that 360-degree cookie, you've got a problem because you're not going to record a time. Sometimes better to go slow and to make the thing right, because of course a DQ puts you at the bottom of the field, no points to add to your total. And as you know, we need to keep adding to that total through the disciplines to become the STIHL TimberSports 2025 National Champion. So the other thing you would have noticed there, you heard the judge call that there's time to warm up the saw. That's just to clear its throat, get it back down. It's got a little station that it sits in to stop it wobbling all around the stage while it's idling. And then it is all on the pickup and the ability to control it through those two cuts, make the most of the power, not to bog it, not to waste the power. Yeah, it's a tough event. If I think about one of my great mentors of the sport, one of the great champions you'll see in action tomorrow, Kyle Lemon. And I quote him in saying that this is an incredibly hard event to win. It looks really simple, doesn't it? But it's incredibly hard to win. But what it is also incredibly easy to lose. So getting those two cuts straight that we've just seen, absolutely vitally important. And of course, when you've got the fastest saw in the West, you've got to make sure you optimize the power. Don't load it up too much where you lose power, and just get those cuts done. But above all, make the two cuts in the right area that's allowed. Okay, next up we have Sam Unahy and Jack Matthews to take to the stage. So it's a 12:42 to beat, just recorded by Willie Hoyle.
Warm up your saws. Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Jack Matthews, he's very quick on the uptake coming against Sam Unahy. A little bit more experience from the older bloke, but it's a lovely cut there. Oh no, he's going to have to make another one. He has the option to do so. Going to give Sam Unahi the advantage in this matchup, but he's managed to get it through. We'll just make sure we haven't breached the crayon line that is the limit stop, if you like, for the amount of width you can cut into that block.
Okay, the athlete on stand 1 has a good cut. Unfortunately, on stand 2, the athlete has cut out.
Right, very unfortunate there. We've seen it happen twice so far after having a clean run through the underhand. The stock saw seems to be presenting a few issues for a number of the competitors, but sometimes that's just the way she goes. So unfortunate for the young fellow there. Jack Matthews, our youngest competitor here. Of course, Jack came up against the more experienced Sam Unahi with the chainsaw. I think last year we had to have special permission for Jack to operate a chainsaw because of his age, but not a problem this year. So the diameter of these blocks is 40 centimetres. That limit stop is 10 centimetres in. And you may not be able to see it from there, but there's a line going down the centre of the block on the top. And when they're told to stand to their timber, you'll see they have to cross 4 fingers of each hand across that line up the centre. If they don't do that, that's an automatic DQ on it as a starting fault. So there's so much to think about to make 2 cuts with a chainsaw. As we've just seen, it does make it quite difficult. Let's see if we can get a little bit of an update off the scoreboard. So Willie Hoyle still holding true at 12.42. Sam Unahi in the last heat recording a 12.6. And unfortunately, a couple of DQs that will take those 2 competitors down to the bottom of the field. So 2 more heats to come here in the stock saw. And of course an MS661, you can go down to your friendly STIHL shop and buy one of those, alongside about 33 other models, be they petrol, as we see here, or also battery. Very, very wide range of battery saws. Let's welcome to the stage, give them a bit of applause, everyone, Scott Matthews and Matt Gower. So each competitor picks up their crayon, they're putting the marks on where they want to make the hits onto the log, but of course the one coming up from the bottom can be the most difficult.
Warm up your saws. Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, lovely pick up there by Scott Matthews, but it's going to be close. Matt Gower on the cut. Cookie is first for Matt Gower. He's got the advantage. He comes on the upcut. He's watching that crayon line very closely. Scott Matthews makes his cut, but I think you're going to find it's all Matt Gower in that particular matchup as long as the cookies are good. So Hokitika taking on Whangamomina in that particular match race. All right, judges having a last look at something here just to make sure they're comfortable with the start.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Right, it's been a long time between drinks, but we're back to having a full house of times recorded from that heat. One to go to see if they can just bring it that little bit lower, but at the moment Willie Hoyle is 12:42 until we know the results from those two. So we'll just keep you posted as they come to hand. You can see the big chips coming out of there. Of course, the STIHL chainsaw, when you consider the construction, it's made by a company that has no shareholders, privately owned. So all that money can go back into development, and the 661 is a prime example of that. But the chain as well. The chain is made by STIHL factories for ourselves. We don't make it for anyone else in their production. Those factories are in Switzerland. We have 2 Siamese factories that both churn out enough chain to go around the world many, many times in just 1 year. So you're looking for chain, and of course you might be one of those few that don't have a STIHL chainsaw. You might have something else, but if you need chain for it, go and see your friendly STIHL shop, because they will have the chain for your saw no matter what it is. And who knows, you might just have a look at the other range, perhaps one of those battery STIHL saws, and take one of those home while you're there. Now don't forget also our merchandise tent just over here to your right of the grandstand, just in the big marquee. Lots of goodies in there that are there to take home as memorabilia from being here at STIHL TimberSports. Most of it's pretty practical, some great shirts, some wonderful beer glasses, which on a wonderful Manawatu day like this, you probably could do with a little bit of a drop at the end of the day. But you want to be having it out of a STIHL or STIHL TimberSports glass. Let's have a look at these scores. Where are we sitting? So Matt Gower put in 11:31 just to take that top spot. Scott Matthews with a 12:09. Just pops Willie Hoyle back with a 12:42 into that third spot. With a heat to come. Let's welcome to the stage Morgan Bolstad and Sam Bellamy. Crayon lines going in. They'll be thinking about how they're going to approach this. Accuracy, so important. Almost as important as speed.
Warm up your saw. Athlete, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And it's an absolutely brilliant snatch by both competitors as they put in the first disc. Let's have a look, see who's going to hit first. And I'll tell you what, there's only a whisker between them. You can throw a blanket over it, as Steve Quinn would have said. Coming up, but it looks like Morgan Bolstad. Looks like he's got the advantage there. He'll be looking to add another one of these events to the underhand that he finished so well before. Sam Bellamy knows he wants a crack at that top spot. Has a little bit of ground to make up from the underhand, but we're not sure whether the stock saw is going to be enough to put him ahead of Morgan at this stage. A little bit of checking going on, just making sure that we've got a good cut.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There you go, Matt Harris says it. You heard it here first. We'll have to check those times. Now, as you can imagine, trying to run an event like this is very difficult if you don't have these wonderful volunteers from the sport that are up on the stage at the moment. And here we got Shane Campbell. He's the one that's been welding that MS661 to tidy up the blocks. Norm Cherry, Johnny Clark, Ben McLennan, John Gower and Bruce Liddington. Everyone, give them a big hand. So they do a fantastic job for us here. Especially when the heat is on like it is today. See if we've got some results coming back our way. Not quite yet. Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look at the top three. You've got them up there on the board. But leading the way, it's actually Matt Gower from Whangamomina with 11.31, just ahead of Morgan Bolstad with 11.51. Very, very close that is, and Scott Matthews from Hokitika bringing up the top three. Sam Bellamy just falling outside that top three. So he's not going to be happy with that. He'll be looking to put a bit of work in these next disciplines to bring that back up the leaderboard. But that's where we sit. The end of the stock saw. And if we look at the overall standings, what have we got? Nothing really to see yet, but that'll be coming to us soon, I'm sure. Just to see where we are after the first two disciplines.
Ford Ranger, New Zealand Rural Games, and of course the STIHL TimberSports, and that was the stock saw for the rookies, and by 0.2 of a second, 11.31 Matt Gower. Matt, you'd be pretty happy with that because you say that's not your strongest skill set.
Yeah, no, it's not my strongest skill set, but I've been doing a lot of work on it lately, getting that transition nice and that, and to get in front of someone like Morgan by just 2 points of a second, it's pretty good. Morgan's always been pretty sharp on the saw. Last year he took it out, so yeah.
How many years have you been competing in the rookie competition, and you obviously know these guys pretty well?
Yeah, it's my 4th year here competing, so yeah, starting to get the rhythm and learn all the little tips and tricks to get ahead, yeah.
So if the stock saw isn't your strong point, what is?
The standing block, so looking forward to coming up into that, so yeah.
And how critical is that you get top spot on that one? Obviously you and Morgan going head to head at the moment, but it's really important that you nail that one?
Yeah, well, we're tied on points and tied on time now at the moment, I think. So yeah, it is quite an important thing to try and pull ahead, but not overthink it at the same time too. Yeah, stay cool and calm.
Good stuff. Stay cool and calm indeed. Matt Gower, winner of the stock saw here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games for the STIHL TimberSports.
From Taumarunui at 23 points. Locked on the points with Matthew Gower, but if we look at the total time calculated, there is a 0.03 of a second dividing them from the top spot to make first and second. And Scott Matthews from Hokitika probably going to be pretty pleased with this result so far, with sitting in that third position. So we know that with Morgan and Matt, they have been on that podium before. They're going to be looking to try and get it now that we don't have Cleveland Cherry in the way. Sam Bellamy is really the dark horse, sitting further down the field. He's going to have to make the time up now, but certainly has been a contender, and he's the one who has a rookie podium finish in the World Championship, so we can't discount him through the rest of this battle. So we're just getting the standing blocks put into place. Again, all the blocks are drawn. So each competitor would have taken his block and viewed it, worked out how he's going to cut it, whereabouts he's going to cut it, making sure that the tough wood and the knots are not where he's going to be in the way of a fast cut. And we saw the standing block introduced into the women's competition this morning. First time up for them. We've had 2-year lead into it. Not so for the rookies. This has been part of the landscape for some time, and we'd expect the times to easily eclipse that time limit that was in place, and it is in place for all of the events. So we'll give you a little bit more information on the standing block in a couple of seconds. Let's welcome into the stage for the first heat in the standing block, Lockie Windley and Jack Matthews.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So first to the standing block. This is where the heavy hitters come in. Big chunks absolutely flying here from Jack Matthews, who's first on the turn. Lockie Windley still got a little bit of work to do in the front scarf, he believes, as he makes the turn now. Into the back scarf, the felling cut, if you like. It's a young man from Hokitika. He's on fire. Very good result. Lockie Windley sticks it down on the ground as well.
Both cuts are good.
That's what we want to hear. Make sure we get those points in. It's a pretty good way to start too. I'll be interested to see what those times look like, but it looked pretty slick. Just a little bit of difference. The rookie standard's 27 centimetres in diameter. The information that you had at the front says 30, which will be what it will be for the Pro Series tomorrow. But I tell you what, getting through that diameter is still a fair bit of work. But a really good start. Now you may see, as you saw in the underhand chop, that often a competitor will have a second axe up on stage. Now you can probably understand that if something goes wrong with the first axe, maybe a broken handle or a split, or maybe some damage from a knot into the edge of the main axe, they are allowed to put that down and take the second axe to complete the cut. But as you can imagine, that will cost vital time, so not something that they want to actually have to do during their event. So if you've just joined us, welcome along to STIHL TimberSports here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. This is the STIHL TimberSports 2025 National Championship. So it's all on the line. We have the rookies, the under-25s, the young bucks, the future of the sport up here on the stage, and they look like they're performing pretty well. Seeing a very good start from a young Morgan Bolstad, putting up some good times in the first two and taking them both out. But let's have a look at the first of the standing block. We have Jack Matthews recorded an 18.66, which is a very good time. Lockie Windley coming with a 29.6. But we might expect that we see those times come down. But I thought that was a pretty good cut first up for Jack Matthews. Let's welcome to the stage Sam Unahi and Sam Bellamy.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, a little bit of a hit first there from Sam Bellamy. Gets it in. He got the timing absolutely right off the start. Already on the turn as Sam Bellamy's a big bloke. He's got the ability to really knock this thing over. Sam Unahi now making the turn, but at the moment it's all Sam Bellamy, unless there's something we don't know, and there isn't because it's already in 2 pieces over this side. Sam Unahi got the work to do. He knows he still needs to record a good time, so he can't back off, and he doesn't. Oh, it's good stuff, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't it good stuff? These young fellas doing us proud.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we want to hear. Heard it from Matt here. The cuts are good. So those times will be accruing. We'll keep an eye on them for you. Okay, let's have a look at the old scoreboard. Sam Bellamy recording in a 16.48 takes him back up to the top of the field, which is, I know, where he wants to be. Certainly a podium getter in the last few years. Jack Matthews holding that position in second, and Lockie Windley still in that third position. So let's see if we can bring that time down even further. Let's welcome to the stage Willie Hoyle and Scott Matthews.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So here we go. First blow's going in. We know that Sam Bellamy's holding sway at the moment at the top of the field. Willie Hoyle comes from Canoe in Victoria. He's first on the turn. Scott Matthews now also on the turn, taking care of that second scarf. Here comes the effort. Not a lot of wood taken out of the front scarf, so anything that could hold them up could cost them time. But Willie Hoyle just ahead. Scott Matthews not too far behind. A lot of work to do in the back of both those cuts. Turn was made very, very quick.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There we have it. Got some more times recorded. It's going to be interesting to see how they compare. And so we already know that Sam Bellamy sitting on the top there with a 16.48, 18.66 to Jack Matthews. Of course, Scott, the older brother of the two from Hokitika. Lockie Windley with the 29.6. We'll see how that's going to pan out once we got these times in from Willie Hoyle in that last heat, and of course Scott Matthews. Don't go away anywhere. Got some real heavy hitters coming up next for you in the final heat in the standing chop. You don't want to miss this. But they do have a little bit of a tree to climb to try and take care of that number one spot as far as the time goes. Okay, we've got a revision of the times. Let's have a look. Sam Bellamy still holding sway with a 16:48. But Willie Hoyle in that last heat putting in an 18:61. So it was a good cut. It looked like he'd left a little bit too in the back scarf, but he's actually made up for it. Jack Matthews from Hokitika still hangs on into that podium position at an 18.66. So all action here out in front of the cenotaph here in the square Palmerston North. A wonderful Palmerston North early autumn day. It's always like this, they tell me. Never blows. Just always perfect like we have today. I think I heard Hamish Mackay call it Paradise North earlier on. Maybe he's not wrong. So last of the chips to be cleaned off the deck. So we head towards our final heat here in the standing competition. Still TimberSports 2025 National Championships at the Ford Range in New Zealand Rural Games. Let's welcome to the stage Matt Gower and Morgan Bolstad. Okay, you've seen the form in the previous disciplines. These two guys are the heavy hitters. At the moment, looking square down the barrel of a podium finish, but who's going to finish where, we don't know yet. But two disciplines under Morgan Bolstad's belt already. Matt Gower knows he's up against it if he wants to take that top spot on the podium.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, get ready. This is about to get really good. These guys know what they're doing on the standing block. The big heavy hits coming in, far side turn, both at the same time. They reckon they've done enough on that front side. Let's see if they go. A little bit of a stick there for Morgan Bolstad, would have cost him a fraction of a second, and it has too. It's given Matt Gower just that slight advantage. And he could feel a slight stick on about the second to last hit as well, so he knew that he was up against it. But what a finish, eh? Well, let's have a look at those times. I think we're going to have a new leaderboard, but who's going to be who? We don't know. Let's just stand by.
Okay, both cuts are good.
All right, all we've got to know is what the time is. So we will wait, bated breath, for that result to pop up on the screen. Okay, the results have just rolled up on my screen, but we have in first place in the standing block chop, it's Matt Gower taking out his first discipline for the day with a 12.97. And followed so closely by Morgan Bolstad with a 13.68 with two firsts under his belt and a second. He's still looking in a good spot for that podium. And now we're starting to see the rise of Sam Bellamy from Stratford with a 16.48 taking out the top three. Also a bit of a mention for a sponsor that is helping us out, a bunch of artisans and craftsmen in Masterton called Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, who make by far the best saws and axes for competition worldwide, no matter what country or what continent you're on. These are the ones that you would use, and you'll see the brand on so many of the axes and saws. Because one of those axes, if you want to go racing and try this yourself for a top flight axe, finished with a handle made for you, custom built, you're going to be looking very much with a little bit of change out of $1,000, and one of these saws you're going to be looking for over $3,000. But what is it? They make the best, just like STIHL, and so sometimes you do need to pay a little bit more to have the absolute best. Matthew. Speaking of Tuatahi, the next event up is going to be the single buck. So have a look at some of the saws that come out very soon. You'll get a bit of information about what the event is, but these are very special pieces of high carbon steel. So much so that if you breathe on them, they'll rust. So they are usually looked after in the same manner as one's firstborn, and probably cost just about as much. But they are a great spectacle. A cross-cut saw, a single buck saw, with a good operator behind it, can cut through faster than a motorised chainsaw. So it just gives you an idea how quick these can be. But of course the reason the chainsaw was invented, because you might want to make more than just one cut.
We just had a standing block, haven't we? Yeah. What part of the country are you from, Sam? Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, of course, still TimberSports, the championship for 2025, the rookie competition. Now, we thought we'd rather getting Matt back up, Matt Gower, who took that event out 2 in a row now. Sam Bellamy from the Taranaki. Sam, you're keeping the heat on these guys, 3rd place in that. How are you going?
Yeah, pretty good, but unfortunate with my underhand this morning. But other than that, going pretty good so far.
So take us through what happened with the underhand.
Oh, my cradle was around the wrong way, so I couldn't drive off the correct way.
Is that sort of a common occurrence or something? How, talk us through that.
No, it wouldn't be that common, I wouldn't think. Nah, you'd hope not anyway.
You'd hope not. I would have thought so. Okay, so what's to come? Is there still some of your stronger events to come?
Yeah, single saws next, and that'd probably be my best discipline, I'd say.
And you can keep the pressure on Mrs. Bolstead and Gower, who's sitting a cracking pace.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Hopefully tong them up.
So from the Naki, Sam, how long have you been involved in TimberSports?
This would be probably my 4th or 5th time cutting in still TimberSports.
Okay, mate. All the best for the rest of the competition. Champion, thank you. There we go. Sam Bellamy from the Taranaki here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games and the still TimberSports Championship for 2025.
Yeah, and always good to hear from Sam Bellamy. As I said, his occupation very close to our hearts as being a outdoor power equipment technician at STIHL Shop Hawera. So if you're in the area, you know which store to go to, don't you? Because that's who you're going to find the expertise. He doesn't just chop well, he actually fixes stuff really well as well. Okay, we're getting ready now for the single buck. Let's welcome to the stage Lockie Windley and Jack Matthews.
Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc of a 46 centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success.
So for the rookies, a single buck, 40 centimetres in diameter, and they're allowed a 25 centimetre starting cut. So you can see both of the judges working with the competitors. They have a template and they will mark on that starting cut. The reason for the starting cut is so you get a cleaner start to the event. There's less chance of this big saw buckling or bowing on those first strokes, that they can get in it to record their time. It is an international standard, and still TimberSports, it's the way it's done right through. The only change in recent years is you used to be able to have a helper with a wedge and even oil, but not required now.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Lockie Windley and Jack Matthews getting away. A little bit of a bow there for Lockie Windley. It's going to give the advantage onto the other stand. Reddy picking up, but the same thing happens. It's very difficult. Now they're starting to have to breathe hard, but we've got the cookie on the ground. One to come. Lockie Windley sticks it on the deck. So there's our first heat here in the single buck. For those of you in New Zealand, bucking is not necessarily a term we use here. It's just another name for cross-cutting.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, so we've got a good start. Thank you, Matt Hura. So the account is open in the single buck heats. Jack and Lockie will pin their times to the board. And of course, what we're looking for is an accumulation of points for position from each event as it's tallied up and combined. But of course, if we have a tie on points, as we saw coming out of one of the first heats, all of the times are added together. So you may have the same points, but it will go down to your total accrued time over every discipline that you compete in. So just like the stock saw, there is a limit as to how far they can cut in. Not necessarily so much of an issue because they're only making one cut. However, they need to cut straight, because if they cut crooked and cross that line, that will have the same result as it would have in the stock saw. Like all sawing events, there's also a line down the centre of the top of the block of the barrel. And they need to start, they'll have to have 4 fingers each hand over that line, just to make sure everyone gets exactly the same opportunity at the start. Let's welcome to the stage, give a round of applause for Sam Unahi and Sam Bellamy. Okay, so we'll get those starting cuts put in. Just one to lock away in the back of your mind in case you're in a pub quiz and this is the deal breaker to win the competition. There is a nickname for these saws because they are so unwieldy if you don't know what you're doing, and if things go wrong, they are called a misery whip. Common terminology around the world, and there's a really good reason for it, because as I say, if it goes wrong, that saw will buckle, bow, jag, and do anything to go through the log and give you a good time. Looks like we're just about ready.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go here in the single buck competition. We know Sam Bellamy's going to make some room up, but I tell you what, Sam Unahy's not going to give them the opportunity. Gets a little bit of a slow blow down the end there. Sam Unahy was almost there, but at contact with the ground, and it's just cost him the time. But old Sam Bellamy didn't look like he had too much holding him up there. Looked like he was a little bit behind out of the first half of the log, but managed to pull it all in at the end. Let's have a look at the judges, check those cookies. Let's see, we've got a result.
Okay, both cuts are good.
All right, so the two Sams recording a time. Time to beat so far is a 15.29, put together by Jack Matthews from Hawkatika in the first heat. We get that second heat in and see if we can bring that time down just a little bit. Some more of the misery whips coming up, Nick. And if you've seen these saws, if you've got a farm, sometimes you'll see these saws rusting away in the rafters, and they've been used over the century to cut lumber with two types of teeth. The ones that we're using here in the softer wood for racing are what they call a peg and raker. So the pegs are the cutting teeth, and we'll see between 3 or 4 cutting teeth, and the one at the back is called the raker. And what the raker does is it takes the chip, or what we call the noodle. It takes the noodle out of the kerf and drops it onto the ground. So you'll have up to 3 or 4 cutting teeth and the cleaner, if you like, that's taking the back, which is the raker. All this talk of noodles and cookies and chips sort of sounds like a little bit of a culinary exercise, but it's not. This is still TimberSports. And right now we're into these wonderful misery whips, the single buck saws. And of course the great manufacturers of these are Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws in Masterton, who've just about had this market and the top end to themselves for so long. I see there's a couple of the Australian companies starting to encroach on their share, but I think really we do see the best made in New Zealand, a little bit like TimberSports athletes. I think when you sum it all up over all of the time the event's been going, the best athletes are made in New Zealand as well. Let's welcome to the stage, shall we, Willie Hoyle and Scott Matthews. Righto, same as you've seen before. Saw comes up, glinting in the sun. They look after these saws so carefully. Usually they have oil on them straight away as soon as they're finished to make sure that that steel is protected. So just put that starting cut in. 10 inches in the old money, 25 centimetres. Absolutely on the money, I hear Adam Lowe say to Willie Hoyle. Scott Matthews just working on his starting cut now. Matt Hero gives him the okay that we're in the right spot. So Scott Matthews running a 3 peg and raker saw. Let's have a look at Willie Hoyle running a 3 as well.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh no, nice gentle start there from Scott Matthews as he picks up the speed. Willie Hoyle, you can see the concentration on his face as he drives it through the 60% mark. Has he got the goods to get it down onto the deck? Oh, it's going to be close, but it is too going to be the young man who's domiciled in Australia. You heard it.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we want to see. See if we can get a bit of a glance at those times that we had on the previous heat. See we're starting to fit. So at the moment leading through, Sam Bellamy with the 10.4 is the quickest time without those last 2 cuts recorded. Sam Unahi with a 15.16 was sitting second, and Jack Matthews in third at 15.29. But we need to have a look at those 2 times that were just recorded then. See how we are placed in that top order. But of course these are a seeded event, so in theory we're always going to see the faster times towards the end of the heats. And of course, coming up in the last heat, you've got the same battle royale that you saw in the standing chop, with the final heat with a Gower Bolstad mix. So this will be our next 2 upsaws just coming up onto the deck now. Righto, let's have a look at those times. Sam Bellamy still holding sway at the top of the field with that 10.4, but Willie Hoyle in that last cut that you just saw with a 14.52 slot himself into that second position. Sam Unahi hanging on there in the third position at 15.16 with 2 top competitors to come. So let's see whether they can hold those places or whether it's going to be completely destroyed by these 2. Let's welcome to the stage, shall we, Matt Gower and Morgan Bolstad, ladies and gentlemen. See Matt Gower pick up that saw with that wonderful brand Tuatahi Racing on the side of the saw. You can see it from up there in the grandstand. Okay, so looking at Matt saw 4 pegs, 1 raker. Morgan with a 3. Interesting decision, because of course they may only have 1 saw that they keep for the top flight competition. They won't use it for practice, they keep it for events like this. But certainly the 4, if you've got the right wood and you've got the power, you can get that extra advantage. Both of the saws I see made by Tuatahi. You won't get much change out of about $4,000 for one of these. Very, very precious piece of steel.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go. Here's the final heat. Here are the quick boys, and a little bit of a bow there for Morgan Bolstad. Going to give Matt Gower a little bit of an advantage. He looks like he's going to hold it too if he can just keep the gas on till the end. Another stroke, and there we have it. And oh, this has put a cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't it? Oh, what a good race that was. And you can see just one small bow in that saw breaks the momentum, breaks the power, gives the guy on the other side a little bit of advantage. But we'll make sure the judges are happy with the cookies, make sure the cut is good. Stand by.
Come in, Morgan. Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, so we're going to be really interested to have a look at those scores and then see how it affects the totals. So that was the single buck. Hope you're enjoying it, sitting out there in the bright Palmerston North sunshine up in the stand. Everyone looks like they've got a smile on the face, the dark glasses on, sunscreen and a cap. Now, if you want some of that really cool STIHL TimberSports merchandise, pop down into the marquee just to your right if you're looking towards the stage. Lots of really cool gear, whether it's clothing or mementos or even some fantastic beer glasses. Make sure you get some of those before you head home tonight. Okay, so we're just waiting for those final times to come in. I'm going to take a bit of a punt. Matt Gower. It's going to be interesting. Sam Bellamy's time was actually very good early on. He's held that top spot all the way through. But it is going to be dependent on what those 2 young strapping chaps did in that last heat. And there's always a chance you might have come second in your match race, but it might be enough to give you second overall and keep tallying up those points, which are so vital as we head towards finding our rookie champion. Okay, let's have a look at it here. Here are the results. I tell you what, he's been dogged and he needed to make some ground up. Sam Bellamy from Stratford holding with a 10.4 into the top spot. But only a shade behind him, Matt Gower. He's starting to accumulate some good points too with an 11.35, and as you would expect, you could throw a blanket over these three by the time we get to the end of this competition. But it's Morgan Bolstead from Taumarunui with a 14.28, rounding out the three top places in the single butt competition. Okay, you can see it up there on the board with the overall standings. I said it would chuck a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons with that final heat, and Matt Gower has done just that with 53 points, moving into first place. Morgan Bolstead, who had been heading that up, just drops down into second, very close behind though. This last event that's coming up could determine this with a 49. And Sam Bellamy, we said he was going to get up there and he has. He's now up into the third spot, starting to threaten the two in front of him. So that podium is pretty much as we might have picked it, but we've still got Willie Hoyle sitting in behind. He's within striking distance, and you never know what could come up, because next up is going to be the springboard. So if you haven't seen this before, we'll give you a bit of information as we get a bit closer to it, but I know that you're going to enjoy it, so stand by.
Well, the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games here, still TimberSports for 2025 in the rookie competition, sitting in fourth place and putting plenty of heat on our competition leaders from across the ditch. Willie Hoyle, Willie, how's your competition going personally?
Pretty happy with it. Put up better times since last year, got a bit bigger and stronger. I wouldn't say I put in any weight, but no, great to come over here.
Do you think that's the key? I mean, you're not a big guy, but man, you can throw that X around.
Having a bit of beef on you makes a big difference, but skill is a lot of it and a good mindset, yeah.
Going into this last springboard event, tell us what is the key to this?
Having a good set board to stand on. People aim to put 4 hits in, or the top guys do, but 6 would be comfortable, and then hop on the top, cut about 85% of the way through, and then finish off the back with your slicing or driving blows.
So, I mean, I imagine it's a reasonably technical event, isn't it? If you don't get that sort of wedge in there and get your board in right, you're in trouble.
Yeah, big time, because the board can sag or pop out on you, and then you have to reset yourself and then start again and then start on your log on top.
Okay, so you're in fourth place. Can you do enough in this last event to sneak onto the podium?
I'll try my best. There's great competitors here. It's a good little race between everyone. But yeah, thank you.
Willie Hoyle, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our visitor from Australia. Fantastic, mate. Well done. Still TimberSports 2025 Championship.
Thank you, Hamish Mackay, everyone, doing those interviews for us, getting ready for the coverage now. This is being live streamed. It's also going to be in an extended highlights package format ready for Sky Television. And that's why you need the best sports anchor in the country to be actually doing the interviews, because you need a professional to do that stuff, I can tell you right now. But we're coming up to springboard.
Wasn't he
Willie was just
available,
having
Phil?
a chat about it, and you can actually see it's going to take a bit to it. We're going to put a bit of information up, but we might even fill that out with a little bit more regarding the boards and all of the jargon that's used in this event. But for some of us, this is an absolute favourite. So stand by, don't go anywhere. There's tons of action coming up, and you know that at the top of that leaderboard, it's pretty tight. And I'm going to say that the quality of this event and the finishing order will have a large amount to do with who is going to be standing at that podium as the Rookies National Champion for 2025.
Springboard. Springboard simulates the traditional way of felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. 2 springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27 centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible. Felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. 2 springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27 centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, while you're sitting in the sand basking in the Manawatu sunshine, if you want some merchandise, of course, we've mentioned, we've got the merchandise tent just there. It's open. It'll be open until the end of the day. But if you are really, really good, and STIHL, our marketing manager, is a really, really good shot with that cannon, there might be a t-shirt coming your way. So get your hands up in the air if you want to get one of these, so he's got something to aim at. Let's hope he doesn't get it up in the tree or over the back of the stand this time. So all eyes on the shirt. Okay, no spitting, punching, biting. Just get it when it heads your way. There he goes, loading it up. All shirt, no bird shot. Whoa. Come on, you're supposed to fight for it. Come on. That one's gone to the Otaki Support Society. Right, he's loading it up again. Gets it inside the cannon. There he goes. He almost got it stuck up in the tree. I think there were about 3 of them up in the tree last year, so he's obviously improved his shot. But as I say, make sure you put your hands up, give him something to aim at. Looks like he's got another one there. Okay, where's it going to go? Okay, I can see some hands up. Get your hands up, give him someone to aim at. There it goes. Oh, he's got a last one. There's another chance. Consolation. Here it comes. As long as he hasn't run out of gas. It certainly came out of the gun very well, Stace. Very well. So if you didn't get one of those and you still fancy one, that merchandise tent's open. Lots of cool stuff in there. The merchandise range from STIHL, TimberSports and STIHL. First time we've had it at the show, so let's make the most of it.
Feels very nice to use. The handles are at the correct ergonomic angle. Across the head of the saw, you've got, I think it's a 15-degree angle. The length of pull down the saw is great. It's not too short and compact. You feel like you've got great control over it along the bar. And it stays smooth. So it feels slimline.
Okay, let's welcome to the stage our first two competitors in the springboard. It is Sam Unahy and Scott Matthews.
Springboard. Springboard simulates the traditional way of felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. 2 springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27 centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's Sam Unahy and Scott Matthews first up on the springboard as they put in that first pocket. You heard the introduction. The ideal pocket is done in 4 hits. Not an easy thing to do, but the whole idea is to get the clip on the end of the springboard to sit in there nicely and hold that board up nice and level. Sam Unahy gets up, first board in, puts a little bit of weight on the back, sitting about 5 degrees below, so probably within limits. Scott Matthews not happy with the first pocket, didn't like the way the board's set, going to go and redo it. Giving a little bit of an advantage here to Sam Unahy. Now this was an event that was added to the rookies a few years ago. Very, very popular as they had. When you see it tomorrow, it'll be a bigger board and it'll be a taller tree. But at the moment, it's all Sam Unahy, the man from Invercargill. Cutting away. Now, you might have heard that interview with Willie Hoyle with Hamish Mackay before, talking about he's going to aim for about 85% of the way through the block before he turns to the back. That board down there for Scott Matthews really hanging down. It's making it hard because he's got a balance on that and he's probably gripping into it with his toes for dear life. But at the moment, it's a pretty good example being given here by Sam Unahy as he takes most of that wood out the front. The board's still sitting okay. A little bit lower than he may like, but it's good enough. Scott Matthews now trying to do the catch-up, getting the wood going. Here comes the rear. Comes from an upper, but most of them are going to come from the top as slashing strokes, they call them. Clears out a little bit of wood as he goes. Coming in near side, still working the near side, giving a little bit of time for Scott Matthews to catch up. Hasn't made the turn yet, so at the moment in this first heat, it's all Sam Unahy, as we can see here. He's looking round. It's like you've got to have eyes to look around the corner to get the far side, but he's probably putting them in. I can see a little bit of movement in the block. And there he is. There's our first one down for the rookie springboard competition. And it is Sam Unahy. Scott Matthews now. He's got the better of that log. He hasn't actually changed that board. It's managed to hold up. Probably a little bit of rest on the frame. Not quite. Just holding it in place. Comes into the centre. I can see it start to bobble. Gives it a hit across the middle. And there it is. There we have. First heat through. This is springboard, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Great event it is. Good to see these young fellas giving it their best now. It's been added to the competition. So I'll leave it in the judges' hands for you to see whether we have done everything correctly.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Well, that's what we wanted. Wanted a nice clean cut to start because all of these points are going to be going towards those totals. Now, something you'll note, we have 3 heats in this. So as we get through to springboard, we drop off the 2 competitors with the lowest scores. And then it's a fight out looking for that podium. And you've already seen that podium's looking a little bit crowded at the moment. Between Matt Gower, Morgan Bolstad and Sam Bellamy. They're still to come. In fact, we're going to see one of those 3 that are sitting in those top positions up in the next heat. So there's a little bit of debris to clean up. We'll get that out of the way. The 2 blocks for the next 2 competitors are up. We need to get rid of those blocks that are on the bottom because we need to have those final 2 also mounted. Now, we mentioned that merchandise before. That's all available there for you to purchase before you go home tonight. And some great stuff in the merchandise there is too. But just remember too that in your local still shop you have a number of offers that are there for autumn. a few upgrades, so instead of buying the base model, you get the next model up for the same price. And of course, those of you that are locals, and I'm assuming a few locals in here, I can see a few hands up, not enough. Are you all from out of town, you guys? They're all locals. Well, if you're here for Central District's field days, and you go and see there's 7 still shop that'll be on the site there down by the rural pavilion by the food court, some fantastic deals on still. In fact, you'll probably find those will be the best deals that you'll probably see all year. And that's only next week. So if you need a new chainsaw, a lawn mower, hedge trimmer, post-hole borer, drill for stinging in those gudgeons or making a new set of yards, all of that sort of stuff. And of course, what would it be without some great chainsaw deals are right there at Central District's Field Days, just opposite the Rural Lifestyle Pavilion. So just doing those final braces, as you can see the steel beams coming off, just to make sure that the poles sit nice and still so these young fellas can line them up to knock that block off the top. Now the boards are interesting, you've seen them being plugged in. Usually the choice wood is usually red cedar or aspen poplar, or in the US they use a thing called basswood. But we've actually seen for the first time in Stihl TimberSports on an international stage, light alloy boards, which is something very new, and I think something that could catch on as well. And on the end of these boards is a piece of steel. It's cast, it's what they call a clip, because it actually looks a bit like a paper clip. The idea of that is that to get the toe of that board to stick into the tree, into the pocket that's been cut. And of course they've got to make sure they put their pockets in the right place, because the objective is to hit that block at the top. They've already looked at the block they've drawn, and they've already marked on where they're going to make their cut. So that needs to be in the right place. So each board leading up to that has to be absolutely in the right spot so they end up facing the top block at the right angle. So there's a lot to this event. Absolutely fantastic to now have this one board competition at rookie level. But tomorrow, if you're joining us for the pros, of course it's a much taller tree, and it's 2 boards on the way up. So not only do you need to stick that board in well, you need to have a little bit of a head for heights as well. Let's welcome to the stage, in the springboard heats, Willie Hoyle and Sam Bellamy. Okay, so in that interview with Hamish Mackay, you could hear Willie Hoyle gave a little bit of his tactics away as how he's going to approach this. Sam Bellamy, sitting at number 3 in the overall standings at the moment, knows he needs to make an absolute bird of this before the next 2 come through if he wants to take that top spot. But he is in striking distance, and that's the important bit right now.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1. Go!
So the first pocket's going in now. Now we heard Willie Hoyle, he probably will go a few more than 4 just to be sure that he gets a good V at the end. Sam Bellamy already puts first board in, stands up. Oh, it's got a little bit of movement down and he's going to reset it. Willie Hoyle, the lighter man, gets up on that board. Absolutely perfect board. Have a look at that, everyone. That's how they got to sit. As long as it stays in that position, it's giving him a very good opportunity to do that block, exactly as he said to Hamish Mackay, the way it was going to be cut. He's looking for 85% of the way through. He's already done the calcs. Now we've got a good board in there from Sam Bellamy as he approaches the cut, but he's got ground to make up and he knows he's got a job to do. So at the moment, Willie Hoyle, what a great cut on that scarf as well. Not only a good board, comes in with the slashes from the back. He's got in his mind that he can see that hitting the deck in any moment. The big hits coming in there from Sam Bellamy, but he's still got the work to do and hasn't turned to the back. Willie Hoyle putting it in. I can see some movement. He knows it's there. He's wishing it off. There it goes. Over there in Victoria, courtesy of the Waikato. Sam Bellamy now, he's got a little bit of a stick on the far side, but there she blows. So that is springboard. One heat to come. Isn't it good stuff? Yeah, certainly in that heat, a great example of how to put in that board from Willie Hoyle. As I say, the ultimate's to have a 4-hit pocket, but really he had already planned that he was going to have how many hits. He stuck to his plan all the way through by the look of it, and we saw a good result. So Matt Herrer will give us the judge's call.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There we have it. The times are going to stand, and those times are really important as we're getting to this ultimate part of today's rookie competition. We had the women this morning. Great competition it was too. And boy, do we have a battle coming up for you as our last heat. So don't go away. Those people in the shade are obviously been thinking, it looks like a really good spot over there. Hope you got a good view. The others just making the most of the Manawatu sunshine up in the stand. Particularly Kyle Lemon sitting up the back there, used to the cloud cover in Rotorua, enjoying the palmy sunshine. Already thinking through how tomorrow's event's going to go. Right, a little bit of setting up to do. Stand by. They're the times as they stand so far in the springboard. Looks like Willie Hoyle, he put in a really good disciplined cut with a 58.16. I think that's going to stand him in good stead. Sam Bellamy at 72.90, enough to hold in second now, but we've still got two very good competitors to come. So the trick is whether that's going to hold, and it may mean that there would have to be an error for that to occur. So right now we'll do the setup, get these new blocks on for these last two competitors. And as I say, Battle Royale, don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to have plenty of action coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's please welcome to the stage Morgan Bolstad and Matt Gower.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
2, 3, 4, 5 as the first pockets are being prepared, gone over the 4, but I tell you what, Morgan Bolstad first to put the board in, Matt Gower now puts it in, and of course one's chasing the other in the overall competition. So this is going to be all on this, so it needs to be a very good block. At the moment, we're going to say Morgan Bolstad with a little bit of advantage. They're almost on the same road, Tamaranu and Whangamomona, as we've got a battle royale now to finish off this springboard competition. Matt Gower coming from behind, starting to shift the wood now. But at the moment, it's Morgan Bolstad. Neither has shifted to the back yet. They're still trying to move the wood out of the front. Just about everything gone here for Morgan Bolstad, and they've just got to make a decision now. One of them is going to have to make it to make the turn, and it's going to be Matt Gower first on the turn. Just about everything done for Morgan Bolstad, and he's only got 2 hits. And it's gone, and it's so close. So close. All right, we'll see what our judges have got to say. Matt here has got the microphone. He'll call these 2 up.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Isn't that marvellous? Now we need to check on those times, but I tell you what, I'm not going to tell you what those times were, because these 2, you can probably chuck a blanket over them to see where the final positions will be. So you're just going to have to bear with us and wait until we get to the prize giving to find out who is going to be our 2025 Stihl TimberSports New Zealand Rookies Champion. So stand by. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stand by. We're just about ready to do the presentation for the 2025 STIHL TimberSports Rookie National Champion. So as soon as I can get a bit of a sight of the boys all waiting in the wings, we'll draw them on so that we can reintroduce them to you. Okay, let's get our athletes on the stage for you in no particular order so we don't give you any hint as to who's going to end up on that podium. If I could please welcome back to the stage Jack Matthews from Hokitika. Any minute now we're going to have him running up. He's had a hard day on the boards. Next up, Sam Bellamy from Stratford.
Caught on camera.
Morgan Bolstad from Taumarunui. Matt Gower from Whangamomana. Sam Unahi from Invercargill. Scott Matthews from Hokitika. Lockie Windley from Christchurch. And Willie Hoyle from Kunumu in Victoria, Australia via the Waikato. Now I'd also like to ask up onto stage, please, STIHL New Zealand Marketing Manager STIHL. And I'd also like to welcome Dylan Schmidt, New Zealand's only gymnastics Olympic medalist in the discipline of trampolining. Great to have you along, Dylan. Right, here's the moment we've been waiting for. Those are your competitors, ladies and gentlemen. First, give them a big hand. Right, let's have a look at that podium. Some great prizes in there, including a custom-made full competition axe from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, plus the silverware, plus all the support from STIHL. In third position, please stand to the podium, Sam Bellamy. In second position, Morgan Bolstad. And 2025 STIHL TimberSports Rookie National Champion is Matt Gower. There it is. And of course the Magnum will have grape juice in it because these are rookies. There we have it, everyone. We hope you've enjoyed greatly today's competition in both the Women's and the Rookies National Championship. And don't forget, we do it all again tomorrow with the pros. So make sure you are ringside with the best seat to come and join us. We look forward to seeing you there.
Test. Test. Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, still TimberSports 2025 rookie champion Matt Gower with a phenomenal performance and finishing off in style there. You must be delighted, Matt, although I watched your face and I know right up until second place was announced you weren't quite sure if you'd nailed it.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. It was a pretty hard-fought battle between me and Morgan. We're head-to-head the whole way through. He got one, I got one, and yeah, just...
Do you normally go pretty close with him?
Yeah, it's me and Morgan have always been like battling away, Like he's always getting one up on me, or I'll get one up on him. And last couple of years he's been getting me, so it's been good to finally get him back here. Yeah.
Rookie champion, that sounds pretty good. And you've how many years? You got any years left in the rookie?
Yeah, I think I've got another 3 years or 2 years left. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, well, you'll make the most of that. But you know, earlier today I spoke with the wonderful Cherie Taylor, who's been 41 years. Do you see it as being a lifetime sport for you?
Yeah, I see it lasting a long time. Yeah.
Now, still TimberSports, they do a great job of supporting and running this competition. Fantastic sponsors.
Yeah, they're awesome. Yeah, everyone, all the ring crew too, and all the work that still do behind the scenes too to get it all done is awesome. Yeah.
And a pretty nice price. Tell us a bit about that axe.
Yeah, it's a Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws axe. It's real good axe. Yeah, best you can get there. Yeah.
And Matt Gower, you're from one of the hardest names in the world to say, the place name, so I want you to say it out for I'm Matt Gower from...
Whangamomana.
Oh, there you go. The champion, still TimberSports 2025 rookie champion, Matt Gower.